Okay, I'll open this meeting of the Joint Appropriations Committee. And for the sake of those who are watching, this coming week are callbacks from agencies, additional questions. A week from today, obviously, we start the actual markup, but it will be a busy 2 weeks. Looking forward to hearing additional testimony and getting some of our questions answered. Mr. Co-Chair, do you have any thoughts before we begin?
Just briefly. I would just like to thank our staff for working through these last 2 weeks and getting much prepared for this 2 weeks and our final markup. Also, those people who on my committee worked towards getting prepared for this. Everyone really has put a lot of work in the last 2 weeks during their holiday season, and I just want to state that I appreciate that.
Absolutely. Director Richards, what do we have first on the agenda?
Mr. Chairman, roll call.
I'm sorry, yes, please.
Representative Allemand.
Present.
Representative Angelos.
Here.
Representative Haroldson.
Here.
Representative Pendergraph.
Here.
Representative Sherwood. Representative Smith.
Here.
Senator Driscoll.
Here.
Senator French.
Here.
Senator Garou.
Here.
Senator Larson.
Here.
Co-Chairman Bear.
Here.
Chairman Salazar.
Here.
Mr. Chairman, you have a quorum.
Great.
The first item of business is the Department of Workforce Services. That is Agency 053, and Director Liz Gagan is present with her team.
Okay, Director, please come forward. Good to have you here. Bring anyone up you'd like and introduce them. We'd like to know who they are, and it's all yours.
Good morning and Happy New Year. My name is Liz Gagan and I am the Director of the Department of Workforce Services. And with me today, I have Deputy Director Jason Wolf. I have the Administrator of Workforce Programs, Holly McKamey Simone, and our Chief Financial Officer, Robin Sanders. And in the gallery, our Administrator of Workforce Standards, Karen Beebensee, and our Policy Communications and Research Administrator, Shay Moon. As noted in the information that we provided, HR 1 did not affect the operations of the Department of Workforce Services, but there are many things at the federal level that are affecting our operations and are likely to affect our operations in the future. As a spoiler alert, the only exception request that we have is for TRP. I want to just briefly discuss the White House's talent strategy that's called Building the Workforce for the Golden Age, which was released in August of this year. Then I will move on and talk about the Department of Workforce Services responsibilities following the way that they are in our budget, and then discuss a request to decrease federal spending authority and to relinquish 2 positions for a federal program, which the Department of Labor has allowed us to cease providing, and this occurred after we submitted our budget. So if we start with the White House's talent strategy, it's a strategy for the golden age, and it aims to reindustrialize the United States. There are 5 pillars. The first is industry-driven strategies. The focus here is on manufacturing and adjacent industries like data centers and energy production. A high priority goal is to create over 1 million new registered apprenticeships, treating them as a gold standard alternative to a 4-year college degree. The second is worker mobility. Promoting skills-based hiring over degree requirements. The third is integrated systems. which aims to eliminate bureaucratic silos and give governors more authority and flexibility to use federal funds for local industry needs rather than rigid federal mandates. The fourth is flexibility and innovation, which is the rapid integration of artificial intelligence. And the last pillar is transparency, to ensure that we're using Bureau of Labor statistics and longitudinal data to track long-term earnings of people who complete specific training programs and then make decisions about which programs to fund in the future. We do have a lot of uncertainty right now with regard to funding. Of course, the federal Congress didn't come up with a new funding bill for labor. We understand that a Senate Appropriations Committee has basically would like to keep funding for workforce programs flat. However, there is a House committee who is proposing some fairly serious cuts, but we don't know. We don't know if that will be resolved by the end of the current continuing resolution. So just as a heads up, there may be some cuts to our federal funding. We just don't know right now.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair, and apologies for the interruption, but thank you for being here, Director. Since you bring up these potential cuts, could you just tell us, out of the 567 employees you have, are any of those employees federally funded?
Director.
Chairman Salazar, Co-Chairman Bear, yes, many of them are federally funded.
Could you give us and the public just an idea of what potential cuts could do to your workforce?
Thank you. Chairman Salazar, Co-Chairman Bear. I would say it's hard to say. The proposed White House budget included about a 24% cut to Department of Labor workforce programs. If that were to be where this lands, and of course we don't know, that would reduce our approximately $9 million that we receive for our workforce programs by about $2 million. Thank you.
Good. Please continue.
Thank you. Moving on to the Department of Workforce Services responsibilities. Our budget request is 43% federal funds, 41% other funds, and 16% general funds, for a total of a little bit more than $223 million. Department of Workforce Services is located in 18 areas across the state. The core programs are unemployment insurance, workers' compensation, vocational rehabilitation, OSHA, and our workforce centers. The department is made up of 6 different budget divisions. The first division is Division 100, which is administration and support. It is the most diverse of our divisions. The key programs include the Workforce Development Training Fund, Why Quality Counts, the State Mine Inspector, and the state's 18 workforce centers. Division 200 is vocational rehabilitation. Vocational rehabilitation advances opportunities for Wyoming citizens with physical, cognitive, and/or psychological disabilities to become employed and independent with their local communities. The VR program receives approximately 79% of its funding from federal sources, and there is a required 21% state match. VR also houses the Wyoming Relay Service, which assists persons with communications impairments to be able to communicate. Division 300 is unemployment insurance. Unemployment insurance pays benefits, collects taxes, and performs payroll and other audits. UI operates on an annual federal grant from the Department of Labor, as well as the Employment Support Fund, which is Fund 034, and the Employment Security Revenue Fund, which is Fund 501. Division 400 is Labor Standards. Labor Standards is responsible for enforcing state and federal labor laws and educating the public on labor rights. The unit oversees 4 key programs: the wage and hour, fair employment, resident contractor certification, and Wyoming prevailing wage. Division 500 is workers' compensation and OSHA. Workers' compensation,
Excuse me, Representative Pendergraft.
Thank you. Sorry to interrupt, but I worked in 2 industries that are OSHA intense. And as intense as they were, I've never heard of an OSHA roadshow, and I'm so sorry I missed it. Can you describe for us a little bit what that program is, how widespread it is? I find it odd that I have never even heard of it. And how do you measure the success of that? How do you measure an ROI?
Director?
Chairman Salazar, Representative Pendergraft. The OSHA Roadshow is new, and it's something that we've done 2 times. And what we are doing is OSHA is providing a training, specific, generally hands-on training. And we base the training that we provide on the fatalities and injuries that we've seen the most of in the previous years. So the last 2 years, it's been primarily about the construction industry. And off the top of my head, I can't recall.
No, Mr. Chairman, Jason Wolf, Workforce Services. So the OSHA Roadshow, again, going on our 3rd year of doing it. We tend to focus on what we call the Fatal 4. And because I'm sitting up here, I can't remember what the Fatal 4 are, but shocks, electrocution, and pinned in between. Some of the more common injuries that would cause a fatality is what we tend to focus on. We bring trainers in from federal OSHA as well as other private industry to provide training to Wyoming businesses. And as far as measurement of an ROI, I don't really have a keen measurement for that. I mean, we would hope that, that reduces injuries, along with, what we're seeing trend wise is, workers' compensation injuries are trending downward. So I think that it's difficult to measure specifically.
Thank you. So this is a relatively new program, 2 to 3 years. Probably explains why I didn't see it. Built into that, there must be, though, and I'm just going to touch on the ROI aspect a little bit, some sort of a plan. Obviously, you may not have enough data accrued thus far to be able to tell, but could you describe just briefly what the plans are to be able to assemble that data so that down the road we can see whether or not this is actually working?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Pendergraft, yeah, I think that, it's no secret that Wyoming tends to have the highest amount of fatalities in the workforce, and that is due to several reasons. However, what I think we would hope to see is a reduction in those fatalities, which again has happened year over year. More than 50% of those injuries are over the road industry, or excuse me, over 50% of those injuries are over the road injuries, which OSHA doesn't typically have jurisdiction over. However, the other, 48% or so are in, injuries that occur in industries over which OSHA has purview. So we would hope to see some reduction in those, fatalities, particularly in the construction industry, oil and gas industry, et cetera.
Please continue.
Workers' compensation provides medical and wage replacement benefits to injured workers and ensures employer compliance with coverage, billing, and reporting requirements. OSHA ensures workplace safety by enforcing standards, investigating incidents, and offering free consultation services to reduce hazards and improve safety practices. And our last division, 600, is disability determination. Disability determination services is responsible for reviewing Title II and Title IX Social Security disability claims, and that is entirely federally funded. So moving on to the request to reduce federal obligation and relinquish two positions. The program that we are no longer running is called the Senior Community Service Employment Program, or what we call CSEP. It is a community service and work-based job training program for older Americans. It provides training for low-income unemployed seniors to gain skills necessary to help them find unsubsidized employment. And typically what happens is there's a host agency. Host agencies are generally a nonprofit agency or a governmental agency, and the host agency will take the senior on. The senior is paid at minimum wage during the training program. And then, of course, the hope at the end is that the senior will move on to unsubsidized work in the future. When the White House's proposed budget it came out in May, the CSEP program was not included for funding. The White House noted that the program had not met its performance goals in moving seniors to unsubsidized employment, and that it is not a cost-effective method of job training intervention. And we, as a department, have kind of felt that way for a long time. Prior to my time at the department, we had asked the Department of Labor if we could cease to provide this program, and we were told no. But we asked again this year because of the new flexibilities that have been talked about, and the fact that it wasn't kind of included in the White House's proposed budget. And in September, we were given authority from Department of Labor to essentially not accept the grant. We can still continue to serve this particular population. We have many other programs where we can work with this population. So I don't believe that the population is going to be harmed. It's just that this is one of those federal programs with some fairly rigid requirements that just don't work very well in our large rural state. I am going to turn it over to CFO Sanders to talk about kind of the numbers involved here. But if in the budget book, it's on page 48, there's a table. This program is towards the bottom. And I believe that we receive on average about $450,000 in federal funds per year to run the program. And there are two positions that we no longer need and are willing to.
Present a pentagraph, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just trying to keep things in order. I had a question on page 43. And I think you had just jumped to 48, so it seemed like the time to jump in. There's a chart there with a lot of negative numbers. And whenever I see negative numbers, I wonder what's happening. It's my understanding that there was a B11 involved to shore this back up. Can you kind of explain what is happening here and what we're doing to get back in the black? Thank you.
Chairman Salazar, Representative Pendergraft. Yes, we are currently back in black. The ESF, the Employment Support Fund, is Fund 034. The ESF is funded by a portion of UI taxes, which are collected for non-charged or ineffectively charged UI benefits. We did have a negative cash balance in October. After that, we did a B11 from Fund 501. Fund 501 is where the portion of penalties and interest that the state is allowed to keep after recouping those is Fund 501 can be used to run unemployment insurance. Our current balance in ESF is 1.86 million. In October of this year, we received our new UI grant, which is about 7.6 million. So we have been spending the UI grant to be able to fund UI programs. We'll probably run out of that grant in April. And by that time, we will have enough money in ESF to be able to continue our operations through the beginning of the next biennium.
Other questions? Anyone else? Please continue.
With that, that is our budget. We stand for any questions. We can have the CFO go through the TRP exception request if you would like.
We'll pass on that. So,
Okay.
Mr. Co-Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director, I'm looking at page 52 and I'm looking at the Industrial Accident Fund. So I'm going to have some questions about this, but before we get to that, I'd really like you to share with the public and with this committee kind of the history of premium collections for unemployment with the COVID pandemic. We had federal funds coming in, and I think we suspended premiums for a period. If you could just kind of share with us how the premiums have been collected over time based on the COVID pandemic and today.
Mr. Chairman, Co-Chairman Bear, can I ask one clarifying question? You asked about the Industrial Accident Fund, and then I heard unemployment.
Yeah,
So
I'm going to.
both?
I'm sorry, not unemployment, workers' compensation. Sorry, I meant workers' compensation. Thank you for that
Thank you.
clarifying question.
Need.
Mr. Chairman, so I guess just a brief history, premium collection, we contract with a actuarial firm to, analyze our information and then set rates based on, risk profile of the state's industries. And so during COVID, I want to say I think some of the CARES Act funding was injected into the fund, I think around $14 million, something of that nature. And
That was $1 million or $1 million?
I believe that was correct. And I don't know if CFO Martin, I want to say it was about $14 million. We can get that figure for you if you want that. But some of those CARES Act funds were injected into that, which did allow us to do 2 rate holidays. Each rate holiday is effectively about $16 million is what the the rate holiday totals. So approximately $32 to $33 million for the 2 rate holidays that we did during the COVID pandemic. So, and then you've probably seen some of the press releases related to the past few years we've done base rate reductions. So just most current rate year for 2026, we did a 15% base rate reduction. And then for rate year 2025, we did a 12% rate reduction. And then the year prior to that, we did a 6.5% base rate reduction. So in total, that amounts to approximately $34 million in less premium that we will collect for the workers' compensation fund. And then those rates can be further reduced with, an employer's, what we call an EMR. It stands for an experience modification rating. So, if they have a below 1 EMR, then typically they're going to pay, less than that base rate. So does that answer your question, Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, please.
It does. Thank you, Mr. Wolf. If you could also now, getting into this chart on page 52, explain why you're anticipating in the next biennium going from $651 million in revenue down to $73 million on this industrial accident fund.
Mr. Chairman, yes, that was a good question. We did actually have that question from LSO staff. The reasoning for that change is basically in those years prior, We are the money included in there, and I might turn this over to CFO Martin. This is a little bit more fiscally related. She may explain it better.
Ms. Martin, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To address the change in the table, it was in coordination with the Budget Office where we wanted to exclude the expenditures and revenue that were not appropriated through this process and that are not included in Wolf's. If Director Hibbard wanted to add anything to that, I would welcome that. But before he does do that, I want to confirm for you as well. If you look in that same table, under BFY 21-22, it does indicate the amount of the CARES Act funding that was injected into the fund.
Okay, 14
Oh,
million. I'll ask Mr. Hibbard to opine on this as well, but what I'm looking at is the balance going down. We were at 2.5 in 21-22 biennium, had some increases all the way to 22.9 billion now, and now we're looking at, by the two bienniums from now, being down to 2.1 billion. So I see expenditures are anticipated going up, but revenues are going way down. So Mr. Hibbard, if you could kind of give me your thoughts on that.
Mr. Chairman, I support
Sorry.
the agency's response on this. And for the record, Mr. Chairman, I'm Kevin Hibbert, I'm the Director of the State Budget Department. Our platform that we've established, and that goes all the way back to when we start the process of building the budget with what we call the budget refresher course, is to make sure that the revenue tables are in line with the appropriations of the organization and the revenue streams associated with that. So this table was lined up to that expectation. I also believe that they do anticipate fewer collections of revenue in the future with their recent actions on their rates. So that would be indicative of that flattening out. Mr. Chairman, any further questions, I'll be happy to assist.
Got a lot more questions, but
I know Senator Grew had a question, but you want to follow?
no.
Senator Grew.
Go offline.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Jason, let's go back and talk a little bit about that department. Workers' comp, where does it stand right now in your ability to pay all the workers' comp claims that are in front of you right now for every person that's in the program? Where are we sitting right now?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Guru, so currently the fund sits at right about 2.8 billion. Our unpaid liability, or what we call reserves, is roughly about 2.2 million. Sorry, billion.
Thank you. So in other words, right now, we're fully funded, every claim, every person, everyone's in the program, all the way down the line for as far as the eye can see.
Mr. Chairman, that is Senator Guru, that's correct.
And so that's why being in that very advantageous position that not very many states are in, but that we're in that advantageous position, we've been able to pass along some savings to our business community and through the other program where if you have no claims at all, you can actually even enhance that premium downward spike. Would that be a fair?
Mr. Chairman, Senator, yes, that's correct. And some of you were here, but the prior JAC committee, remember, passed, I can't remember the bill number, I think it was House Bill 72 in 2024, which allowed for investment of the money in what we call the PFAD, which is a provision for adverse deviation. And by allowing us to consider some of the money on that PFAD as income to the fund allows us to do those larger base rate decreases. And so again, kind of to Chairman Bear's point of those revenues going down, that was kind of the intent of that bill, was to make sure that we're not collecting any more money than we absolutely need to pay our liability and kind of evening out, the revenue collection with what we're paying out in workers' compensation claims.
Okay. And Mr. Chairman, yeah, that's where I was trying to get to, is to say that's what drove that, was the fact that we are $2.2 billion ahead. And so, after a while it gets a little gaudy out there. So we want to try to share that back with the folks. Okay.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Guru, yes, I would just kind of clarify a little bit, we're not $2.2 billion ahead. We have
Right,
$2.2 billion in outstanding liability.
Yeah.
We currently are about
2.8.
roughly $500 million overfunded
Sorry.
in the fund. And I say that overfunded, meaning that is kind of our provision for adverse deviation. So when a person's injured, claims can go on for many, many years. I mean, we have claims that are, 30, 40 years old, and we try our best to anticipate out through the actuarial process what those claims might cost. But some of them run off adversely and we end up paying more than we anticipate. So,
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah. Mr. Co-Chair, any questions, please?
Thank you. Back to you, Director. You kind of brought it up. I misspoke. Workers' unemployment. So could you give us the history on unemployment premiums through the COVID era up to today?
Director.
Mr. Chairman, Co-Chairman Bear. Yes.
Premiums.
Okay. During COVID, there was a total of $122 million of CARES Act funds that were deposited into the UI trust fund. This kept UI tax rate lows for two distinct reasons. First, employers were non-charged for UI benefits paid in between March 13, 2020 and December 31st, 2020. So this kept any employer's base rate lower than it would have been otherwise. And second, it kept the fund balance of the trust fund above 4% of total payroll. So what happens then is there is an adjustment factor that is called the fund balance factor. That factor was negative. And when that factor is negative, it kind of, I would say, eats away at the other factors that may be positive. In 2022, 2023, and 2024, the minimum UI tax rate was 0. That's the first time there has been a minimum UI tax rate of 0. And so that is how CARES Act and COVID affected the UI trust fund and premiums.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chairman. So just to be clear, 2025 is when you started, premiums would have been seen going up for the employers because they would have no longer had that 0 minimum in 2025. Okay. Has there been any changes from 2020 to today as far as the way you look at claims, as far as when an employer does when you're asking for an employer's input on a claim, has your criteria changed as far as denial of a claim versus approving of a claim in workers' unemployment?
Mr. Chairman, Co-Chair Bear, no, there has not been a change.
No change since before COVID and to today, all the way to today.
Correct.
That's Mr. Chairman.
Senator Guru.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director, can you tell me unemployment, what the national average is of how many weeks of unemployment the average state has in unemployment insurance benefits in its pool and how much we have in our pool? Where do we stand?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Guru, the United States average is 26 weeks, and Wyoming is currently at 26 weeks.
Okay.
There is a bill that has been filed that seeks to reduce that to 20 weeks.
Good. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any other questions? Any other questions? Director, anything else from you?
No?
Okay, Representative Sherwood and then Senator French, did you have a question? Okay, Representative Sherwood.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to make sure that I am tracking correctly. I made a note on the exception request priorities about the reduction in federal funds. Can you make sure that on the table that I have correctly identified that line item? So that's the table on page 48. Are we looking at the just if you could point me to the correct code there, in terms of what we're looking at reducing. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Sherwood, I think a little bit more analysis would need to be performed, just to make sure that we account for what portion of that would be salaries and what portion of that was passed through. And I could definitely get that for you. However, as the director had indicated, the average federal award for that is 450,000. So 900,000 a biennium.
Anything else? Representative? Sherwood? Yes. Representative Pendergraft.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm looking at page 87. I gotta confess, I feel a little bit nervous. I just see a lot of bigger numbers getting smaller. I touched on this earlier on the other side of it, where we robbed from this fund to go, rob Peter to pay Paul, sort that one up. And I look at this one, it looks to me like it's diminishing as well. Can you reassure me that we got a handle on this?
Chairman Salazar, Representative Pendergraft. Yes, I mean, this is essentially, it's the same fund, which is 034. And again, it's the Employment Support Fund. And there are reasons why we haven't been collecting as much in the Employment Support Fund as we have historically. Historically, we've been collecting about $5 million a year in this fund. However, the zero tax rates in those 3 years with that negative with the negative fund balance factor caused those collections to come down to more about $3 million. However, now we know for 2026 what that factor will be. It is slightly higher than it was last year. Although overall UI taxes have gone down from 2025 to 2026, this employment support factor has gone up, and we believe that we will be at more traditional collections for the Employment Support Fund. There were a couple other reasons why we also had issues with the Employment Support Fund. Part of it is that our grant from USDOL really fluctuates, and our grant for this year is 7.6 million, which is down about half to a full million over what we've received in other years. We also had a situation where the Department of Labor kind of immediately canceled some grants that we were working on. And so we had, we contractually, we had to make some payments that we weren't allowed to use the grant for. Although we've stopped the spending as quickly as we could, we still had bills in the hopper that we had to use. So I feel confident that this isn't going to be an issue going forward. Absolutely.
Any other questions? Any other questions? Mr. Co-Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chairman. Just a couple of clerical issues. On page 74, we're looking at federal funds totaling 83,197 in the narrative. Let's see. And then the table on page 76 is showing $83,898 in federal funds. So it's just a small clerical error. Just want to make sure that $83,898 is the correct number.
Mr. Chairman, if I may.
Yeah.
I believe that what we're looking at is, so looking at column 4 between pages 76 and 77, those expenditures are split between the match and the federal funds for this grant. This is the vocational rehabilitation grant, if I'm following correctly. So the general fund portion of that would be the 23,663 plus the 83,898 for those expenditures. Which should match the 107,561, if I'm following correctly.
Okay, I think we just need to probably get Don, if I could get Don. to answer that.
Director Richard.
Mr. Chairman, if you look on page 73, the amount that is federal funds is $50,922. On page 74, the amount of federal funds is $32,275. Those unfortunately do not add up to the table on page 76 of $83,898. We presume that the table is correct and the narrative is incorrect.
And your response? Okay.
We're going to be voting on this, so we just want to make sure we're voting on the right number. It'll be the table number.
The table would be correct,
Okay.
yes.
And then similar situation on page 87, if I may. Mr.
Yep.
Chairman. So here on page 87 on the 27-28 biennium expenditure shows $4.6 million. And then when we go to the table on page 89, column 5, it shows $5.1 million. Just want to make sure 5.1 is the correct number.
Mr. Chairman, for the total request, yes, that is 5.1 million.
Okay.
Okay. Any other questions? Any other questions? Representative Sherwood.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you to my colleagues for digging through the numbers. I had similar questions. But I think I just have a big picture question in terms of the new work requirements for SNAP, which we had a presentation from the Department of Family Services on that. Just wondering if your agency has any strategies in place to help match those work requirements. And sometimes they can be fulfilled through volunteering, but coming alongside the SNAP program to support those new work requirements, what strategies do you envision rolling out? Thank you.
Chairman Salazar, Representative Sherwood. We have talked with the Department of Workforce Services, the Department of Family Services about what we may be able to do to assist. And we need to revisit that issue with the Department of Family Services. But certainly we already have programs that many of those SNAP recipients who now have work requirements that they will qualify for. We need to get a better handle on this particular population, and we will work with the Department of Family Services on that going forward.
Yes, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just as a follow-up, I'd love to be kept in the loop. I'd love to even assist if at all able. This is a conversation that's taking place in my community, thinking about how we prepare even a matchmaking program for those who have work requirements, and how do we match them with employers and other nonprofit entities. So we don't want to duplicate efforts, but it is something that our there is a task force that has been formed in Albany County to address this issue. So I'd love to stay in connection with you about it. Thank you.
Okay, any other? Yes, Mr. Co-Chair.
Chairman, one last housekeeping issue here that I'm looking at on page 110 in this chart under office equipment and furnishings, code 241. This, in my opinion, would be a one-time expenditure, but it's showing up in column 3 in your standard budget rather than in column 4 in the exception request.
Director, or anyone?
If I could get some clarification on that.
Mr. Chairman, can you repeat that question?
Just to see that I'm tracking, we're on page 110. And you're speaking about object 242,
241.
241. That is in, yeah, it shows there that it's in the standard budget. So proceed and I'll look into it.
Okay, yes. Anyone? Nothing? Okay,
Mr. Chairman,
yes.
I think that needs to be corrected. That needs to be a one-time. 241 is a one-time object.
One time.
Correct. So the
Okay,
table.
One time, okay. Other questions? Any other questions? Director, thank you so much. I appreciate you coming in today. And appreciate you presenting. Thank you again.
Thank you.
Director Richards, what's next?
Mr. Chairman, I believe they're out in the hallway. The next agency for your consideration is the Department of Insurance,
Okay.
Agency 44. One moment.
Yeah.
Medicaid. So.
No. Yeah, absolutely. Morning.
Good morning. Thanks for having us.
Good to have you here. Please go right ahead.
All right,
Introduce yourself and your staff and have at it.
Mr. Chairman, committee members, my name is Jeff Root. I'm the Commissioner of Insurance. With me is my deputy, Tana Howard. You already have our telework information. You have our 600 and 900 series and our impacts of HR 1. Happy to answer any questions you have. Otherwise, I'll just tell you a little bit about the department, if you don't mind.
Yeah, there's not a lot that you're right, but please give us a few minutes of some history and go ahead.
Happy to do it. Commissioner, committee members, I've been the commissioner for 6 years now, and I was with the department 6 years prior to that. Our department is the smallest department of insurance in the United States. We have 27 people. That's actually the same number we had in 2006. A brief overview of some of our sections. We have a licensing section that is responsible for licensing the insurance companies and insurance agents. We license over 226,000 agents who can sell insurance to Wyoming residents. That is an amazing amount, where it's less, 2.5 to 1 ratio. We do examinations of our domestic companies. So we have to ensure that they're financially solvent. So we get quarterly data from them and we look at that. And then every 4 or 5 years, we do a very, very detailed exam. And the exam is intense and it takes a number of months, but it's all for us to be confident that they can pay consumers, or if a wildfire should break out, they've got the money to handle it. We collect premium taxes from insurance companies. Any of the business that any company writes in Wyoming is tallied up, and we have the lowest premium tax rate of any state. But we collect that nationwide from all of these other companies. We have a policy review section. So every insurance policy you have, your auto, your homeowners, whatever you have, we've looked at it. Before it can be sold, it has to go to our office to ensure that it complies with all of the Wyoming statutes. Our next section is the consumer complaints section. Consumers call in with brief questions. We're happy to answer it. Or they might have a complaint against an agent or a company for not payment or late payment, and that's something we can help them with. And this is something that I always share with every committee I go before. This is where we can help you. So if you're at the grocery store and someone in line is complaining to you as their representative about an insurance matter, just send it to me. Just send me an email, give me their name. They can call and set it up, but I'm happy, just shoot me an email and we'll help you out. So the last section we have that I'll talk about is our market conduct and enforcement section. We take action against agents or insurers for not complying with the Wyoming statute. We sometimes look proactively. If we hear a number of complaints of a certain nature, we can pull data and look into that and see if there are any issues. So that's really what we do and who we are.
Thank you so much. Small agency, but important. Any questions? Representative Haroldson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director, thanks for being here today. And a while back when we were talking about fire funding and we were talking kind of this fire world and the insurance, obviously, if we look at over the last little while, insurance, homeowners insurance and property insurance has just kind of been in this wild adventure. And we're seeing a lot of what's happened in California and other places really affecting that. And we had the question or the conversation, is there anything that we can do? And obviously, I know you're not an underwriter and I know you're not an insurance company, but I'm asking, have we started the conversation if there's opportunities for landowners or property owners to create an environment as we see like storm rated shingles lower your premium? A water tender and a fire truck might help lower that wildfire premium. Have we had that conversation or started down that road?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Haroldson, yes, we have. We've done a number of things. For example, we don't have rate authority. We're not underwriters, like you said, but we do have the ability to educate. And so we probably talked with a dozen different news agencies. I've talked with the Association of Wyoming Insurance Agents, and I've talked about fire and what they need to ask and what they need to tell their clients. I was in Sheridan for 3 days, and I talked to business owners and farmers and ranchers and business people there about this. The hard question is, I can tell them what they call FireWise standards. I've been to several wildfire conferences. I can tell them some of the lessons learned from Lahaina or La Paradise Fire in California, and we can get the information out. It's a difficult conversation when you're talking in a small group of people and they have different minds as to what they're willing to do on their property for the greater good, if you will. I mean, I can do all of these FireWise standards in my property, but if Ms. Howard next to me does nothing, I'm not going to get any sort of a break from my insurer. So I can offer them that opportunity to talk as a community, and I can show them examples of communities where this has happened. A while back, I made a phone call to it was a couple of years ago, to the real estate commissioner, just because when I bought my new house, we had a house built in the north end of town. If someone would have told me for 2% more, I could have these standards that apply. And where I looked, it could have made a difference should a fire come through there. But I didn't even think about that. I didn't even have those options. And so we're trying to get the information out there. It's difficult to start a conversation about, building code standards because not everybody wants them. I can talk about them and I can tell you how good they are, but I don't want to be the piñata at the party either. So.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. No, I appreciate that. And I think maybe continue down this conversation line a little further. Absolutely. I think if we turn around and start adding in building code and changing that, that's probably a battle we don't want to fight, nor one we probably should fight. But maybe there's a point of incentivizing. And that's more what I'm saying. Hey, you know what? We can't tell you you must, but we can tell you if you do, we could offer. And so even in a case when you said, well, I could do everything, but if my neighbor doesn't, when it comes to property, I would agree with that. But when it comes to structure, structure is structure. So it could be a situation, all of us would love to own a house in the mountains with beautiful pine trees 5 feet from our house, but that's not wise. And so when we sit there and we look at it and we look in this firewise sense, there's a lot of people who have a beautiful house with pine trees 5 feet from their house. And where's the point where we could sit there and say, it doesn't matter what your neighbor does, but if you decide to give the fire barrier, if you decide to use these types of building products, we have opportunities for you to find savings. And that's more what I'm going after. I understand you can't sit there and say, well, you need to make sure that you keep the trees this far from my property line. And well, you're not going to make good neighbors at that point. We're probably going to find ourselves in a mess. Just as though if we were to sit there and say, well, you can't build on the mountain unless you use these products. Well, obviously, someone wants a log cabin on the mountain, they want a log cabin on the mountain, and we shouldn't tell them they can't. But we can also sit there and say, you may not be able to be fire insured if you don't. And I think those are the conversations, maybe just if we can continue down that path just a little bit.
Anything else? Mr. Vice Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Rude, thank you. A little bit on the same path, but probably a little different. Natural disasters, hailstorms have been really tough. Visiting with my insurance agent, he said there's some states that actually do pools on hailstorm type damage that help alleviate that somewhat. Are you aware of those? And is there a way we could look at doing something of the sort? Basically, it's a program to be able to do it. And I understand there's some other states do it, and I can't remember the conversation well enough, but we just recently went through a natural disaster deal. It was a couple $2 million on our deal. And it was interesting visiting with the agent because he said, look, particularly on the roofs and hail, there's some states being way more proactive than we are on this, and we potentially could do something. What could we do to help on that?
Commissioner?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Driscoll, Colorado's program has started and we're looking at it. We don't have the data because it's always, you're always late. You got to look at last year's data. And so we haven't seen it yet for, how much money did they put into it and what was the reduction in their rates, but that's something we're watching. The other states that might have it, I don't know. Texas has one. I know what's interesting is Oklahoma has started a program where they're getting down to zip code level data, and we're starting to collect some of that data too. And we're hoping that will give us a better idea of truly where is the problem. We do note that you're absolutely right. There are insurers out there, they want to spread their risk. And if once and they all have different models that they go by, and there's each company's model is theirs. They're not going to share it with us. They're not going to share it with the competitor, and they think they got it right. And they're reducing risk in certain areas by either really raising up the rates or just flat out canceling. But we can see that. And because we hear from the consumers that they're being canceled or their rates went up and they can't afford it. And so we guide them to, well, look at these other companies. They end up, they're finding insurance. It's more expensive. But you can tell which companies want to mitigate that risk. As far as the pools go, we're looking at it. It's hard in Wyoming we're such a large state with such a small population, and the pockets that really get hit hard are, Cheyenne. And a few others, but even Cheyenne is a relatively small town by national standards. And so for a pool, that's always in the back of our mind, is whether we can work the scale to even come up with something. But to answer your question, yes, we are, we will follow Colorado, and we'll see if there is something we can do. I want to say 3 or 4 years ago, I tried to have a conversation regarding fire, but the same sort of pooling aspect with multiple states that were similar to us. I talked with the commissioner from Utah, from Nevada. They've got population centers and density, and they got certain, fire risk. And at the end of the day, we all couldn't come to agree on what we wanted to do. Each state was a little bit different, but we tried to do the pooling aspect to see if we could get that economies of scale.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, please.
Yeah, back to that. Do our laws allow us to pool? Do we need to look at some statute changes potentially to allow us? Because that's exactly what I was thinking. It was Colorado, Utah in particular, when you start getting to natural disasters, similar to Wyoming, pooling might make some sense. Also, do our laws for the companies allow them to easily split out some pieces of it? We've got a lot of steel roofs and it's kind of interesting. They force you to insure them after they've been hailed on again. And for us, I don't care if I got a dented up roof, but I don't want to pay the premium on it. Do our laws allow us so companies could actually do that? Because I think you're going to see that as it goes on. You get dropped instantly, you get these big claims and you disappear. But for us, I know we're looking at self-insurance on a lot of ours. Your premiums get so big that all of a sudden it's cheaper to rebuild something than to pay the massive. Do our laws allow for some of that?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Driscoll, they don't prohibit it, but I think to actually do it going forward, if it's a true state pool, it would have to go through the legislature. We just have to come up with a plan. What I was trying to get at with the other states was if we all kicked in, say, $10,000 and had a study, and just to see, hey, if we come up with a reinsurance level of damages between 100,000 and 300,000, what would be the impact on this demographic? Things like that. But it would take it would be action of the legislature. I certainly don't have that authority on my own.
Any other questions? Yes, Representative Angelos.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Director. Thanks for being with us. I am starting to hear of more of our retired folks dropping their insurance. If their house is paid for, they're dropping it because it's gotten so expensive. Are you hearing that? And would you even and I'm hearing it like Cook County and Campbell County. So are you hearing of that, and how often? Because that starts scaring me when we have people dropping insurance.
Commissioner?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Angelos, we haven't been hearing it from people calling and saying, I'm going without insurance. We have complaints and we talk with folks all the time about increases. We're starting a data call nationwide where we'll get the Wyoming data, and I'll be able to, like I say, see zip code level data of it, what insurers cover where. Now, we might be able to backdoor that, get an answer to your question by doing reverse math. Basically, if I can see that, oh, hey, it looks like there's a huge decline in this county and nobody's writing it, well, that must be people are going without insurance. But do I have it at my fingertips now? We do not. But we do hear about the issues of cost frequently.
Okay, number of questions. We'll go with Senator Guru, Senator Larson, and Representative Pendergraft.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Morning, Director. Every 2 weeks or so, I get my local paper, and I turn in, and they're just like clockwork. And the last 2 pages of the first section is a nice big half-page ad from your department. It's got a lot of great information. It's packed with really good, solid information that consumers can use. I'm a wonk. I read that kind of stuff, but to be perfectly honest, the way it's kind of laid out, you're going to be a wonk to read it. And I'm just saying, what kind of feedback are you getting? Maybe I'm missing it. Do you feel that that's getting to the audience you want it to? Have you talked at all about maybe trying to look at some other ways to get that information out? Like I say, it's quite beefy. I mean, it's packed, but it's a lot of pack in a little space. And I know a lot of people, don't read that much. They kind of just look at the headline and move on. So I don't know, just maybe I'm not reading it, or maybe you're getting all kinds of great feedback from it, but just tell me about it.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Drew, you're correct. Insurance is not the sexiest matter out there. It hits a certain demographic, but it's not all of them. We have a multi-tier approach. We have a LinkedIn page. I do a commissioner's corner on our commissioner's page. I don't know how many people pull up the Department of Insurance webpage, but you can see what, we send out the same information and different information to a different demographic. And we try. I personally, I'm happy to talk to people. I love if somebody wants us to meet business council or drive somewhere and talk with them, I'm happy to do it. We do a lot of that, and that's one of our core missions, is to educate and to get out and do these outreach. We will continue to do that. But any suggestions, we're happy to. If I'm missing something, I'm happy to go look elsewhere too.
Mr. Chairman, I'll peek around in some of those other spots, but I do have a follow-up. Okay. Says in here on your noted on your primary function number 5, you're charged with administration and oversight. Can you talk a little bit, describe that process at the Department of Insurance?
Let me pull that up briefly. Is it page 5?
Section 5.
And what, I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, what page was that? Are we talking about?
It says noted in primary function number 5. Let me look and see what page, unless the staff can help me. Page 4.
Okay.
Thank you.
Are we talking about the WIP pool by chance? Is that what you're looking at, Senator?
Mr. Chairman, I believe Senator Garrido is referring to page 13,
Yeah, that's what.
and it should be function number 5.
Sorry. Yeah, there it is. Halfway down the page. On 13.
Okay, thank you. I
Sorry.
appreciate it. Sorry for that. Okay. So Mr. Chairman, Senator Grew, one of the things we oversee is the Wyoming, is the WIP program. This is a program that started in 1990. It was a high-risk pool program. Back then, you were not guaranteed health insurance if you were looking for it. If you had a condition, an expensive condition, insurers would just turn you away. And so this was designed as sort of an insurer of last resort, to come to this program and you could be insured. And there's requirements. You had to have earn less than 400% of the federal poverty level. You had to be turned down, things like that. Since that time, we oversee the program. I'm on the board. It's been whittled back with the Affordable Care Act guaranteeing a coverage. That segment of the population really didn't need it. And so the program now is opened up to people that are under 65, but on Medicare. So they're disabled. So they're the fairly needy people. And Medicare only covers 80% of your medical bills. So this acts as almost like a supplement to that, to your insurance. And where that's important is within, for example, if you need an organ transplant, because you won't get on a list unless you have full coverage. And so when those restrictions were signed in, that's allowing this group, they can now go on a list. We have, I think it's 640 people are still on the program. It sunsets in 2030. We're going to probably have to have a conversation if it's truly needed beyond that, because right now there are some supplemental plans that are opening up to that group.
Follow up. Yeah, I was asking because it says your reserve is dropped from 115 million down to 67 million through 2025. So are you just anticipating that program just kind of heading out? Oh, wait a minute.
There, Mr. Chairman, so the group,
Don, can you help me out here?
Mr. Chairman, Don Richards, LSO Budget and Fiscal Administrator. I believe the Senator is inquiring not about your WIP program, but rather about your role as the overseer of the employee group health insurance program for the state and its precipitous decline in the cash balance. So the EGI program, your insurance, Mr.
Your insurance.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Grew, I'm not on the state plan. I'm the cheapest date in the room. I have private care. But Senator Grew, yes. So we examine the EGI workings. We don't control it. We give them a report on it, much in the same way that it's nowhere near the exam that we do private healthcare. companies that are domesticated here in Wyoming. So we look at it, we look at the complaints, we look at the money, we look at the, payment of claims, things like that, and we give them feedback. But that's all, we just examine them and then we hand it to them. I have no authority to order them to do anything.
Okay.
We're good?
Okay.
Senator Larson. And then Representative Pendergraft.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Thank you for being here. You may have discussed this already, but the health insurance and if you don't have an employer providing that, it's very difficult to find health insurance in the state. So is that usually an option of the companies? I'm guessing that they don't want to participate in the state. And then a second question is, why can't you go out of state and find health insurance and do it in state? I'm guessing that's probably a company issue also.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Larson, I want to be sure I get all both parts of that question, but there's been a law in the books since I've been with the department that allows out-of-state insurers the ability to come to Wyoming. Unfortunately, with a large state, small population, small number of doctors, high rate of, I think the Department of Health would say dual morbidities. We have a higher rate than most states with people with more than one morbidity. So it's comorbidities that there's been no willing takers.
Senator?
What can we do to try to solve something like that? Is there anything? I hate to have the state get involved and help fund stuff, but it's very difficult to find help.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Larson, we regulate the insurance companies. I would like for more doctors to come here. I would like there to be more rural health care. But we have no really say in that matter. I mean, what we can do is, I know, for example, we talk with the Department of Health, who talks with their counterparts at, say, Alaska. The Department of Health might talk to their Department of Health and say, what are you all doing there to get more doctors in Alaska and things like that. But that's something that we don't really have an impact on or oversee.
Representative Pendergraft.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have two questions. The first one is a little bit easier, so we'll tackle that one first. And it was actually texted into me by another representative. And it concerns a company in Colorado called Excel turned off the power during a high wind event. Presumably some liability issues there. And we had a bill. This one says House Bill 192 last year, taking the liability from the co-ops. Does that then shift to the property owners? Are we creating an issue there? Any thoughts you have or any feedback from the insurance companies is it mandatory that these electrical co-ops or electric companies carry some sort of catastrophic insurance like that, or is there such a product? Just those questions.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Pendergraft, I believe the bill was designed for, I think so they had to take reasonable care and have a plan to mitigate. And if they did that, then they would not be liable for these types of events. And so part of your question was, well, does that leave the homeowners liable? Well, it certainly takes the electric utility people, at least, if not totally out of the equation, further out of the equation, because they have met their burden here. So they would argue we've met our burden. We're not liable. Someone else is. I'm aware that Colorado did shut down those utilities because of the high winds and concern. I don't know if that's something our utility folks would consider or not. I don't know if it, but they need insurance. They can't really operate without it. I don't regulate the utilities, but just as an entity, you have to have that.
And the second question, I feel like I may be walking into a little bit of a minefield here. So, you may or may not be able to comment, but with you here, I would like to take advantage of your experience, your expertise. talk a little bit about this so-called rural health bear care. We prefer to call it Gordon care here. It seems to me from where I sit that what this would effectively do is take a relatively high profit product and give it to the government to operate and take that away from private industry. And I have an issue with that. Are these valid concerns? Is there something I'm missing?
Mr. Chairman and Representative Pendergraph. Okay, I've looked through Bear Care. I talked with the health department a little bit ago, before the approval went through, not knowing about the program, much about it. I knew, we had heard that there might be some of these sort of health plans, but there's also these other things in the request. For example, EMS reorganization, things like that. Now, that aside, because that sounds like a good idea, I guess. I don't, I'm just the insurance commissioner. But as far as their plans competing against these limited benefit plans, I haven't seen their plans. And when I talked to them, they didn't have them designed yet. They wanted to get permission first. Okay. I think the statistics are we pulled it, there's over 900 companies that sell limited benefit plans in the state. They might only sell one plan, and it might be dismemberment. They might only sell one other plan. It might be a cancer-only plan. And so I can't compare the two without knowing what the health department has in mind on those. They asked us if we'd be willing to chat with them and maybe give them our insight when they start to design that. Yeah, sure, we will. And obviously, if they come up with something that competes directly, that's what they're doing. So.
Follow up. Thank you for that. And I understand don't have all the cards, so it's hard to read. Am I correct in my assumption or my belief that this particular product is going to be a higher profit product than some of the others like maternity care?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Pendergraph, our understanding is, yes, those limited benefit plans are high profit compared to standard healthcare, or the more comprehensive healthcare, or the maternity care and things of that nature. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director, I'm going to jump ship, and since we were talking a little bit on medical, what can you share or would you know about our medical malpractice rates in the state of Wyoming and how they compare to other states around us? I'm hearing from my doctors, they're ridiculous. So I would like to know your opinion, what you're hearing from other states. Are we high? Just those things. What could you share with us?
Thank you, Representative Angelos. At one point, before I was with the department, our malpractice market was non-competitive, in which case we were given authority to step in and to regulate it. We monitor it yearly to make sure it's competitive. And by competitive, we look to see how many are offering coverage and what's the percentage. So if we just have one company and it covers 80% of the doctors, that's non-competitive, that's a problem. But that's not been the case. And so I can't speak much to rates, but I can speak to whether it meets the definition of if they're competitive. Is it a competitive market? And the answer is, it is. That doesn't mean it's affordable. It's a lot like it's like homeowners insurance in a wildfire area. You can get coverage, but it's more costly. I do know, I don't necessarily, personally, I haven't seen a plethora of people coming to Wyoming for their large nationwide lawsuit against some medical procedure. I mean, they were going to Mississippi, they're going to Louisiana, they're going to Florida, but we're just a smaller state in that regard. So.
Okay. Anything else? Senator Grew.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Then just to follow up then, you say it's competitive, but it's expensive. Are you getting any feedback from the companies why it's expensive? What's driving the cost up here? What are there specifics? Is it something we're doing? Is it something that Are we making it more difficult for doctors to practice in this area? Is that the cause of it? Or is it just because of our population and the rural nature and population, that same old kind of?
Mr. Chairman, I'll pass it to Ms. Howard.
Mr. Chairman, Tana Howard, Deputy Insurance Commissioner, Senator Guru. So medical malpractice, our market, like Commissioner Root said, is actually better than it was, 10 years ago. We did go what we call the med mal crisis in the early 2000s. And we have presented a couple of times to the Labor Health Committee about this, and it's always a topic. The med mal issue is one to stay. We are very competitive comparative to other states. We've looked up South Dakota, Utah, North Dakota, Montana. We actually have a better, more carriers in the market than, say, Montana or South Dakota right now. Med mal has been high. It always will be high. Some of the things that make it high are really right, like Commissioner Rood said, is the people. It's risk, right? We have rural health, right? A lot of the rural hospitals, we need them. They're important to our communities, but it's hard because they're not doing as many procedures, right? And with that, that's going to raise the rates. We have less amount of providers and doctors, and there's a lot of that go into that, right? I mean, you go down the road south and they have a lot more people than we do, and they're going to be doing a lot more procedures. And so the risk is lower, they would say, right? Now, the carriers that we've had conversations, they don't think Wyoming is a terrible market. And that's evident because we've had more come into the market here in the last 10 years, but I hope that answers.
So what I'm hearing you say is it's economies of scale. It's the same thing we talk about, whether it's veterinary medicine, where, we train them, we school them, and we haven't asked them to stay here, but if they can just make more money down the road. And so, because there's just more customers, more people, more of a base, more procedures, rates go down because they do more procedures. And that's what I'm hearing you say. Is that about it?
Mr. Chairman, Senator, yes, that's correct. And they have those bigger facilities.
Right.
And with those facilities have different accreditations and standards to meet, which then insurers look at and say, oh yeah, okay, we're going to lower your rates a little bit. So yes, it's a multifaceted approach, but yes, all of those correct.
Anything else you want to?
I had a couple points on the budget, but other than that.
No, if you haven't
Okay.
finished your budget
Okay. I was just
presentation.
going to point out our administrative budget is 7.2 million, and that's slightly up from the 25-26 budget. It includes no general funds. Our funds come from the insurance companies we regulate. We have 1,220 companies. We take our budget, we divide it by 1,220. They send them a bill. They send us $2,950, and it's a drop in the bucket for them. They never push back. We've never heard a complaint from them. We bring in approximately 65 million annually. This is up $10 to $15 million from last year. And it's kind of a good news, bad news story. The good news is we licensed 43,000 new agents last year. I don't know why, but we did. They came here, they're all these nationwide companies that want to have everybody on staff nationwide so they can work with people. And so that brought in more money. And then the bad news part of the story is our premiums went up. So the taxes on the premium brought in more dollars. That's just it. So happy to answer any questions. We have no exceptions. Sorry to be bland.
Questions? Commissioner, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Thank you for your presentation, both of you. Thank you. And I'm sure you'll hear from us.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Director Richards?
Mr. Chairman, the next agency for your consideration is the Department of Transportation, Agency 045. I know that they are on their way, but you might want to take a short break.
So they're outside in the hallway, and for the purpose of this committee, we'll start immediately with them, but I will be taking a 10 a.m. break. So. Yeah, step right up. Director Westby, good to have you here, and I know we're running ahead of schedule, but we thought we'd get into it right away. I just told the committee that at 10 a.m. we're going to take a break, but we'd like to start with your presentation, and appreciate you being here. If you could introduce us to some of your folks that are with you and take it away.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Co-Chairman, members of the Appropriations Committee. Good morning. My name's Darren Westby. I'm the Director of Wyoming Department of Transportation. Great to see you all. With me today, I got Taylor Rossetti. He's our Deputy Director. To my right, I have Dennis Byrne. He's our Chief Financial Officer. We got Rodney Fryer, who's our Budget Manager. Sean Burke is our Aeronautics Administrator. And John Davis is our soon-to-be retired Management Services, Government Services Manager. So, Mr. Chairman, thank you again for the opportunity. I'm honored to represent an amazing industry and programs and an even better team at Team YDOT for the state of Wyoming. Also appreciate and honored to present to you today. And thank you for your time and leadership service to the state. YDOT's mission's pretty basic, but very broad, to provide a safe and effective transportation system. The agency, as I've come to know it over the last almost 3 years, it's an amazingly broad agency. We have the fortunate opportunity to maintain roads, bridges, airports, nearly 16,000 miles of lane miles of roads, 2,000 bridges, 40 airports, over 500 buildings that we maintain. And if you can believe it, 25.5 million miles are traveled every day in the state of Wyoming. So it's a pretty big responsibility to ensure that we are successful with our mission. The Highway Patrol obviously enforces the safety and traffic and criminal laws. Sean and his team helps develop the statewide air service supporting our 9 commercial airports. Taylor's team works on transportation services such as driver services, motor vehicle services. Our Chief Technology Officer, unfortunately, is a little under the weather and couldn't be here today, but his team oversees the statewide emergency communications network. And then, as you can imagine, just to operate an agency of this size, we have our general services, agency support, payroll, support service, management services, facilities, employee safety, public affairs, and communications. So when I got asked to move over to YDOT, we gathered the team and tried to come up with what are our 3 goals. 3 goals, and really tried to figure out a strategic way to how we're going to move this agency forward, how we're going to move the state forward. And the first goal was, and I think it's truly important in any agency, regardless of what you're trying to accomplish. If you don't have a good team, if you don't have good people, the mission is going to be harder to be successful. So one of our goals was to, and I stole this from Cheyenne Frontier days when I was the general chairman, we instituted what's called the Triple R Committee. It's recognize, retain, and recruit. It's the 3 R's. And so with that, when I came on in March of 23, we had 346 vacancies within the agency. We worked hard to internally change some culture, externally change some culture, try to build public service as a valiant career to get into. Our agency, selfishly, is a good agency to work for. And so we whittled that down. We're at around 240 now. So we've cut about 100 vacant positions out, and we got bodies in those positions. Turnover's getting better, but we're still struggling. As you can imagine, turnover is costly. Overtime is expensive. Burnout is high. And so the more we can get those good bodies to fill those vacancies, the better off we'll all be. It's hard to be competitive with other government entities and especially the private sector. We're still having a high vacancy in the maintenance, road maintenance. We call them road maintainers. In the summertime, they maintain the roads. In the wintertime, they plow snow. Those are still, we're gaining ground there, but still difficult to hire. Mechanics, as you can imagine, as the industries continue to grow around our state, trying to find good mechanics is another difficult one.
Commitments in the snow plowing. Is it because you can't find people coming up to apply? Is it because there's some prohibitive reason they're not applying? What is it?
Mr. Chairman, thank you for that question. There was a shift, and I don't know when it was, that public service became not the place to go. We've been, like I said, we've been trying to shift that narrative a little bit to get us back into, this is a great career. This is a great way to run your career. You have an opportunity for decent benefits. You got a decent retirement. If you hang with us, you can go, but it's hard to get that into a 21 to 25-year-old's brain to think out 30, 40 years. But I'd say the hardest part is competitiveness. We're not seeing the numbers applying that we saw 10 years ago, 15 years ago. So then the selective process, the other thing, Mr. Chairman, that we're also, I don't like to fill positions with just warm bodies. We try to be as selective as we can with experience. We'll train as much as possible, but if we're just filling a position with a warm body, we end up spending a lot more time, money, and efficiencies down the road by snowplow strikes, other issues that happen when they're out plowing snow. So I'd say it's a bunch of things, but competitiveness is definitely one of the major players.
Well, later in your presentation, I want to get into the snow plowing and the challenges that you face. And are we giving them everything they need, their equipment? But please proceed with your presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Engineers and troopers are the other probably two highest vacancies. I just don't think the world is putting out as many engineers as we've put out in the past. And so again, trying to shift the narrative at the young age that engineering is a great career to get into is another challenge that we're working on. Law enforcement is another significant one as the world is starting to shift a little bit. And luckily in Wyoming, we're pretty fortunate that the state as a whole appreciates law enforcement. And so we're seeing some decent transfers from out of state into state to fill some of those vacancies that we have because of our opportunities that we have for law enforcement, at least the feel of law enforcement in Wyoming. And we're capitalizing on that pretty heavily.
Typically in other states under their Department of Transportation, or are they independent agencies in other states that deal with our state troopers?
Mr. Chairman, we're one of two states that has, excuse me, the Highway Patrol and their DOTs. Us and Wisconsin are the only two states. Otherwise, they're a separate agency of their own or under another agency as a.
What is your opinion on that? Should Wyoming state troopers be under WYDOT?
Mr. Chairman, it's a tough question. We see some significant efficiencies and benefit to having them within our agency. Where the reason I'm tightroping this conversation is the funding side of it. It's about a $52 million, $51 million hit to the road budget to fund the Highway Patrol. And so when I'm prioritizing, and you'll see in this budget, we have almost $7 million in exception requests for the Highway Patrol. That money is not coming from you. The dollars are coming off the highways. And so we have to prioritize those exception requests. We have to prioritize the funding of the Highway Patrol through that. So that's the balancing act. I love having them in our agency. Like I said, the efficiencies are great. When we have an accident out on one of the highways or the interstates and the DOT team's working hand in hand with the troopers on whatever needs to be done for that closure or trying to get the road back open, we have some synergies there that I don't think other states have the luxury of having. But I'd say the biggest issue that we're having is where the highway patrol's funded and the balancing act of how it's, when we decide to fund something with the highway patrol, we know it's coming from somewhere else within the agency to fund it.
So that's a very diplomatic answer.
Thank you.
Go on.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Mr. Vice Chair.
Thank you. Really appreciate it. How many open positions do we have in the highway patrol? I know years ago when I was on Appropriations, we had piles of them, and I'll have a follow-up when you're done. And actually, I'll just do the follow-up. We've kind of increased your salaries through the years. Has that helped your retention? And how much effect does it potentially have if we stop keeping you up to regional areas? I know like the snowplow drivers, some ours got filled around home when the salaries got a little better. How much effect do salaries have on you on recruitment and retention?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Senator. Thanks for that question. I think, again, when I started in 23, we had 70 vacancies in the highway patrol. We've whittled that down to 25, 30 now. So we've made a pretty good dent in getting those positions hired. I would have to say thank you to this body as well as the governor of pushing phase 1, phase 2, and phase 3, getting those markets where as close as we can to current pay tables and market. I would say that if we don't trying really hard not to get into the lobby side of it, but I will support the heck out of the governor's phase 4 request. We are working off of 22 pay tables. So market at 22 versus market at 2025 is a significant difference. And if you're talking highway patrol, it's a really significant difference between 22 to 25 if you look at the pay tables.
If you know where we're at as far as a regional comparison right now and what the cost might be if we fall behind, how much do you invest when you train a snowplow driver or a patrolman? You know, what's the real cost to us? Because it's one thing to say, well, we're not going to give anybody a raise, and then we lose experienced people to another state or another agency in the state. What's the true cost to us on this for falling behind and not paying attention to it? And it's expensive. It's hard for us to give the money, but sometimes it's old Fram oil filter deal. We spend a lot of money training to send someone on.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'll ask Taylor to help out with some of the costs and maybe specifically for highway patrol. Road maintainers or, you know, the snowplow drivers in the winter. We spend a significant amount on them. Some of them we hire the right person. We give them the training that they need, whether it's a CDL, whether it's, you know, truly understanding how to plow snow. That's a science in and of itself. It's a different science on I-80 than it is on 2026. And so that education is not just overnight, you snap your fingers and I'm the best snowplow driver. So it takes time, money, and effort, absolutely. From a financial standpoint of if we fall back and we get back down to where we're 70 vacancies in the highway patrol, you know, 80 vacancies on road maintainers, we're burning people out. We're not getting the level of service that everybody needs on their roads, whether it's being plowed, whether they're potholes being filled, fences being fixed, guardrails being repaired. Level of service with the highway patrol just continues to go down. We still have a mission to perform. And one thing I can say after coming over here for 3.5 or almost 3 years, the pride and passion runs deep in this agency. They will not let the mission fail, but that comes at a cost. And unfortunately, if we're down, 17, 18% like we were in 23, there's a lot of people. When I came on, that was at the tail end of the Snowmageddon winter, 22, 23. And the look on their faces as I was traveling the state introducing myself was just wrought with, I'm done. I just need a break. And so I think the cost is significant financially, but it's also at a cost of losing good people that know that they can go to their county and probably not work as hard as we're requiring them to work. And that's why the RRR, recognize, make sure we recognize them. They know that we appreciate what they do as a state. We do what we can to retain, whether that's financially, trying to keep their pay competitive with the surrounding areas, and then work our butts off to try to figure out how to think differently on the recruitment. So Taylor, do you have something on the cost on?
Follow up with that. Let's get into it now, because I have an interest in discussing state trooper salaries, and I have an interest in talking about your snow plowing units and how we're doing with those units because they're vital. They're vital. So, you're in charge of the state troopers overall. Talk to me about the salaries of those two things, the state trooper salaries and the snowplow units. Now, you're telling me that and I don't doubt you, there's a burnout rate. That's different than, a burnout rate is different than not being paid enough because you're being overworked. So I'd like to hear you talk about some of this.
Sure. Mr. Chairman, I'll let Taylor talk a little bit about
Mr. Chairman, Taylor Rossetti, Support Services Administrator, Deputy Director for YDOT. To directly go to Senator Driscoll's question on the cost to train a trooper, right now, based on information from the patrol, it's about $96,000 per trooper to bring them in. So you're thinking about, as that pipeline comes in, you're investing roughly $100,000 in them. And that's, the initial recruiting expenses, your background checks, your academy costs, your field training. So that's just to get somebody up to that fully functional level. In addition to that, it's about $140,000 per trooper worth of equipment that you're investing. So once you have trained those guys, you're also then entrusting them to be stewards of those assets. So that's roughly per person what one of those training costs and what that pipeline looks like for us. So there's significant expenditure up front to get them ready to go, as well as then there is some ongoing training that's not as costly, but that gives you an idea of what the pipeline costs. Direct to salaries, I think you guys have heard a lot from the A&I salary survey, and based on our internal discussions, I think those informations are pretty solid. I think if you look at the two levels that are our true entry level troopers, which is our Trooper 1 and Trooper 2, the Trooper 1 level tends to lag about 12.6%. So that's about 12.6%, and that's just getting them in the door. But where it's really starts to become more impactful is that Trooper 2, which is the bread and butter. That's really the people that are the main folks that are out on the road doing most of the enforcement. And those guys are getting real close to 20% behind market. The average pay table increase between 2022 and 24, according to the data, and this is again regionally pretty significant, is 19.8%. That's just market to market. However, those employees, based on budget pressures and things, are actually even a little bit behind market. So they're not even at the 2022 market. So if you look at those guys between the Trooper 1s and Trooper 2s, you're averaging about 25 to 27% behind market regionally. So that's the impact on direct salary costs for those patrolmen. Mr. Chairman, moving more to the plow drivers, as the director mentioned, we do still continue to have some difficulties there. What we're seeing now, though, is we're starting to fill those. So there are some good market pressures working our way. So people are coming over. I think in the past, what we've heard is what actually impacts those guys staying is, of course, salary. One of the bigger things isn't necessarily the direct initial salary. It's just the lack of growth throughout their careers. But the entry-level salary now for those maintenance employees is about 12.3 behind market regionally based on the data. So they're starting to lag as well. I think one of the other things that has always been difficult for us in that realm is we do require all those guys to have true commercial driver's licenses. And as you know, the industries are all also in very much need for a commercial driver's license. So we get those guys up and trained, and then they are very, very marketable to other locations for the job.
Let me ask you this. Do you have numbers with regard to if we brought those salaries for those two specific units up, the state troopers and the snow plowing units? What is the cost to bring those up to a level that you believe is commensurate with other states?
Mr. Chairman, I could have those readily available
Can
for
you-
you guys.
can you-
I have it broke down. I just don't have it with me.
Okay.
sir.
So can you provide that to this committee? That's important
Absolutely,
to
sir.
us. Senator Guru.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I want to make sure I got it straight, that what you're saying when you were talking about the cost of training these, cost of training these troopers. And so if you're at where we're at now, at the 22 pay table, and you say you're 12.7 or something % behind market at that level, what kind of turnover are you seeing? What kind of turnover are you seeing at that percentage of turnover in that band right now? You have a number?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Guru, let me consult my trustee report here.
Yeah, I got it in my office.
I'd also like something from you with regard to if we entertained doing something with regard to these two salaries, I'd still like something on, you talk about the burnout rate. I mean, even if we increased or gave additional support, is the burnout rate is that going to mean anything if you can't provide the people in those empty slots? So I'd like some type of explanation on how you would work that.
Mr. Chairman, on that, I think ultimately, if we can get competitive, we will get more qualified people to hire and that burnout rate goes down.
Does it go down because there's more personnel to do the job, which means, and then if it's, this isn't any surprise to you, you knew this coming in today. There's obviously the issue of the overtime issue of the state troopers. All of us have gotten calls with regard to burning through that in a rather quick time. Some of this needs to be addressed. So I hope you're doing a great job, in my opinion, over there, but I need some answers on some of this stuff.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, on the overtime, we have a policy that's not unlike the rest of the state personnel rules, that all overtime needs to be approved, justified and approved. We're in the process right now of tracking all that overtime down to make sure that it was justified and approved. Mr. Chairman, that's correct.
But it's out, it's gone, right?
Mr.
And
Chairman,
we're in January.
Mr. Chairman, if they work it, we have to pay it. And so we're upside down. And if we don't correct right now, which the Colonel has and his team has, we will be $7 million over budget just in the overtime.
Yeah,
budget.
I need some answers to that. So you'll get that to us, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Number of questions. We'll go to Representative Pendergraft, my Vice Chair, and then, well, Senator Good, did you have a follow-up on that? Okay.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Guru, for the Trooper 2 and the agency as a whole, I'll have to go back and pull it. But for the Trooper 1s, they're still turning over at a rate of about 35% a year.
Okay. So
Follow-up.
so that's the point is it, what we need to try to arrive at, and I think it's the same thing that the good co-chair is talking about. There is a cost to going from the 22 pay tables to the 24 pay tables. There's a cost for not doing it. And that's called the opportunity cost, is saving the money and not doing it. So I want to know what the opportunity cost is for not doing it. So in other words, if it goes from 35 to 55% turnover, and then you have to pay $900,000 to get a guy post-certified from the bottom up, what is that cost? So in other words, what's the opportunity cost for not doing it as much as it is I know what the cost is for doing it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You get that to us.
Thank you. Yes, Mr. Chairman, we'll gather the information and get back to you on that. I appreciate the questions.
Representative Pendergraft.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Rossetti made a comment and said, what impacts the snowplow drivers? And my immediate mind was inattentive drivers. So last year, you had a lot of snowplows impacted. I guess, do you think that weighs to some of the dissatisfaction with the job? You're tired of being a victim. I know that you took some steps to alleviate that. Would you describe those? And are there further steps that you have in mind that you've not yet deployed?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative, thanks for that question. Yes, I think our entire industry is not a safe industry. What we do is highly important, but it's also relatively dangerous, whether it's a trooper, whether it's a road maintainer, whether it's an engineer on the side of the construction project, whether it's a contractors on the job site themselves. It's inherently, we're putting them in an inherent dangerous situation. And we have to understand that. And that's, Mr. Chairman, that's why I would probably not lean on just two classifications that we have within our agency. I mean, the entire agency is pulling together to ensure that we have the most safe things. Our snowplow drivers or our snowplows themselves, we've been trying to look into efficiencies and safety on what could potentially alert people better so they don't strike our snowplows. There's some science out there that we just deployed this winter. Unfortunately, fortunately, whichever way you want to talk, we haven't had that many snowstorms. So, but the reports that we're getting back are, we added green flashing lights to the back of snowplows. Some snowplows, we're testing them to see if they get seen better in a snowstorm. And so far, the report's coming back that it's favorable. So we're hoping that that goes through so we can go down from, what was it, 15 last year? 15 snowplow strikes to 0 would be nice. Not only are we putting people in harm's way, but also that equipment's down. They may not have a backup. So then our level of service to maintain the roads goes down as well. So there's a lot of upside to making those improvements. We got a heavy press right now with employee safety, trying to ensure we're giving our employees all the tools necessary to be safer on the road, whether it's travel TIMS is what they call it. It's a training that you can put on to ensure that what you're doing when you're on the road, whether you're on the side of the road or on the road, you're putting yourself in a safer position. We're ramping up the opportunity to ensure work zone safety is more prevalent. When we have people out on the roads, we try to ensure, we might be coming to you in the interim to talk about some potential law to increase some penalties if somebody speeds through a work zone. So there's a lot of things that we're trying to do to ensure that our people understand that we as a state recognize the importance of what they do and we can't have them not go home at night. That's very important to us.
So committee, I want to get to the vice chair's question and then we're going to take a break at 10. So Mr. Vice Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Director Westby. Pretty simple one. Back to your engineers, having a hard time recruiting engineers. Do you still have a program at UW that you guys help fund engineers? Some of my employees went through it years ago. Is it still there?
Mr. Chairman, Senator, yes, we do. Unfortunately, I think the competitiveness is that program's dwindling. Where when I went to school, it was the envy. If you got into the YDOT design squad, you got experiential training while you're getting your education. You had a summer job lined up and it's a pipeline to come working for YDOT. Some of those things have dwindled to the point where the design squad's not as desirable as it was before. And that could be the competitive wage that we're paying. That could be the competitive wage once they get out. They know that the private sector can hire them for twice as much as we can pay. So we're seeing that design squad get dwindled down to where it's not as significant as it was when I was in there. We're working to try to bolster the importance of what we do, why it's so important, but that only goes so far.
Mr. Chairman, follow up?
Yes.
Could you give us some suggestions of what we could do to beef that up? Because that helps our university. It helps you folks. Tends to be homegrown kids that come into that. I'm a huge supporter of it. And I also seems we're having a hard time with our engineering school at UW. And anyway, we can put rears in the seats, particularly ones that come back and help the state, is a huge deal to me. And I guess I'm willing to put an enhanced investment into UW if we can do it, including probably better starting salaries for you guys is if we can attract those folks. I think it's a huge plus because Wyoming kids that get educated in Wyoming tend to stay in Wyoming. The others tend to come to you, get their box checked and then go to work for someone else.
Right.
So if you could get us your thoughts, what it would take to attract some more into that, I would much appreciate it. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Senator, thank you for that. And we'll definitely put something down for you. But just high level, for the last 15, 20 years, the YDOT sucked into preservation only mode. We're only gonna protect what we got, which is the thing that should have happened when our revenues became flat. However, with that came the non-sexy design projects, right? A mill and overlay is not nearly as impressive to design as a new road alignment, a widening, a major intersection, I-80, I-25 passing lanes. We just don't do them anymore. And so to attract good engineers, you have to give them good projects to be excited to come do. And so we're working through that. It's hard for me to justify not doing a mill and overlay on I-80 versus a passing lane on 2026 going to Shoshone. But we're at that point where we put off some of those projects that we've done for so long that we got to bring them back and prioritize them. That comes at a cost. That comes at not being able to do some of the other maintenance work that we have, construction maintenance work that we have on some of the other, 15,000 miles of road. So we're hoping that through kind of a bigger picture look as to if we can get our entire agency, the design squad from the university side all the way through the bridge program and everything in between, if we can get back to doing really cool projects while still maintaining the balance of maintaining our roads at the level that we need to for the level of service, it takes money. It takes that effort. And so I appreciate this body's effort and the governor's effort on the distribution of sales tax on vehicles and trailers. We're collecting that right now. We'll see some of them later this fall. And we'll be able to program that into 2027 STIP, but nothing in YDOT moves fast. Road construction is not a flip the switch. So the team has been tasked with putting some projects on the shelf. Luckily, with those funds, the redistribution of the sales tax, we happen to have the 2026 passing lanes on the shelf that was kind of shelved, put aside. So that's going to hit the ground in fiscal year 27, I believe. So we're able to move on that pretty quick because it's on the shelf. Well, if I don't have anything on the shelf, it's hard for me to come sell to you guys that I need 50, 100 million for this, and this project. And then you guys give it to me and I say, all right, in 6 years, I'll have it on the ground. That's not what we want to do. I want to get these projects designed on the shelf. We come to you guys and we make that happen. But that all stems back. Big answer to a quick question. That's how we can make the design squad look desirable, is that they're going to be doing some cool work.
So we're going to take a break and it's my intent to come back at 10:15. Thanks. Okay, so we're back with YDOT Director. Please continue. And I think there's a lot of important issues here on this agency, and so just be prepared for questions as you go through it. So, yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you for the questions, and thanks for the opportunity to have good dialogue with you about the impact of the agency and what we do. In light of some of the questions, I'm going to probably skip through a lot of my opening conversation. Just
I think we're focusing on exception.
Yes, sir.
And
a lot of what I would say is in the budget book. So if there's any questions that you have in the first, 18 pages, I could sure answer those questions. If not, Mr. Chairman, again, I appreciate the opportunity to speak prideful of our agency and our impact and what we do for you and your constituents, the traveling public, and the impact that we provide for the state is significant. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to jump into our legislative budget. It is a 256 million standard budget. The governor did recommend approval of our standard budget. We do have 26.7 million in exception requests. These are found on page 18. That's the priority list. There are 15 requests for 26.7 million. That's all roll up in from other divisions. 18.4 million for an appropriation, a one-time appropriation for the capacity purchase agreement. That's for the air service. And then 8.3 million requests and spending authority. That's both one-time and ongoing. Mr. Chairman, I can address each of these exception requests as we progress through the budget. I will note priorities 1, 3, and 4 are roll-ups, like I said, from other divisions. It says various on that table. Those are the technology replacement program. I think the ETS done a good job of explaining what the program that we're trying to do there. The second one is building occupancy. That is, we've seen some increase in expenses that's allocated to individual programs, building maintenance, repairs, utilities. All of those are just to get us more closely aligned to historical or actual expenses. The governor did recommend approval on as ongoing spending authority request. Then priority 4, another various unit IT allocation. Again, increase in expenses allocated to programs for IT expenses incurred. Again, getting us closer aligned to historical and actual expenses. And the governor did recommend approval of all of those ongoing revenue requests, special authority requests. I can skip over all those various throughout, otherwise we'd be here a little while.
no, skip it over.
Thank you.
Senator French.
Before we go too far, Director, can you talk about priority number 2, the capacity purchase agreement funding that I think you said it was a one-time request, that 18.409 million, exactly what that does and which airport or whatever it helps out. Can you just explain that, please?
Sure, Mr. Chairman, Senator, that's in the Aeronautics Division 1000. That's found on pages 137 through 146. That specific request is found on page 142. That is for the capacity purchase agreement. Sorry, I'm trying to find it in my notes, Mr. Chairman. It's an exception request for, all right, in 2019, the legislature put forward a fund that allowed the agency to work with our local airports. There's 5 airports right now that are utilizing this capacity purchase agreement. It helps with cost mitigation and contract for services for airlines to come in and service those 5 airports. The intent back in 2018, when it was being developed and when it got passed in 2019, was to eventually, if all goes well, certain airports will come off that program. They don't need to have that cost mitigation funding to help those airlines service those 5 airports. And so we think, had COVID not happened, we would have been able to utilize the funds a lot longer than we had. COVID took a hit into that fund. And I'll ask Sean Burke, our aeronautics administrator, to come up and talk a little bit about it. Originally, we had 18.4 million in that request to be fully generally funded. In our request, the governor decided that he would take 5.4 out of general fund, take 12 million out of the tourism account, and then take $1 million from a grant from the State Land and Investment Board to round out that 18.4 million. Mr. Chairman and Senator, do you want more clarification on what that does? If so, I'd turn it over to Sean to.
Yes, please. I mean, why is it just a one-time funding? Explain what's going on there.
Sure. Sean?
Yep. Mr. Chairman, Senator French, as
Introduce
Director
yourself.
Westby mentioned, Sean Burke, the Aeronautics Administrator for the Wyoming Department of Transportation. As Director Westby mentioned, it's that the capacity purchase agreement was set up to kind of provide a backstop initially against the pilot shortages and other industry headwinds that small communities have been facing back in 2018, 2019. And largely, without COVID, I think we would see a couple more communities successfully exit that program. In fact, Gillette's going to be exiting the program this week, so there are no guarantees in place to continue commercial air service in Gillette. As far as the $18.4 million request, the commercial costs have skyrocketed. Pilot costs for regional carriers has almost doubled since 2019. And as a result of that, it's putting more funding or putting the guarantees have increased as a result of that. Our revenues have increased alongside that, but it's kind of outpaced a little bit. So that's the impetus behind the one-time ask is to bridge us another 2 years to continue that air service does occur in these communities.
Senator Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Could you give us a breakdown on how that fund has, since 2019, how it's been used? Expenses, revenue?
Sure. Mr. Chairman, Senator Larson, so it's basically we're billed by the block hour from the carrier. For every hour that they fly, they have a cost that they pass on to us. We split the cost with the local communities, 60% to 40% the state, and YDOT takes 60% of that. The communities then chip in 40%. We pay the airline, then the communities then didn't reimburse us 40%. And so the original appropriation was, I believe, $15 million. And that's expected to be fully expended by the end of this fiscal year, at which point we would have to start making some decisions of what the future commercial air service looks like in the state.
Question. I want to get into the state aircraft that do you have a follow-up?
Yes. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
So the initial funding in 2019 was 15 million, and that's all that's been put in there.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Larson, that's correct.
State aircraft, how many do you control? Do you have are there 2 state aircraft, air jets in YDOT? Give me a history on that.
Go ahead. Yeah, Mr. Chairman, so there's 2 state jet transport aircraft systems, Citation Encores, as well as a Cessna Caravan that's used for photogrammetry surveillance.
And what is the cost for each jet on an annual basis? For hangar, fees, crew, fuel, insurance? What are we looking at per aircraft?
Mr. Chairman, I don't have that immediately,
You'll get it to us.
but I can certainly provide.
Okay, and it's two aircraft?
2 transport aircraft.
Okay, what is the use for those 2 aircraft?
Mr. Chairman, the use is for executive transport in the state, so the governor's office, as well as various state agencies and commissions utilize
And
it as well.
typically during the year, how often are they used?
Mr. Chairman, I can get back to you with the actual utilization
Okay.
numbers if you like.
Representative Angelos.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I have a question. You said there was 5 airports that are using the capacity purchase agreement. Was Gillette included in that? Because I know they're coming off. And if so, were the figures corrected to take them out of this figure, the 18 million?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Representative Angelos. So originally, yes, it did include Gillette. What we've been seeing from our airline partners is that block hour rates are increasing, pilot costs haven't gone down, maintenance requirements have gone up on the aircraft as well. We're flying more block hours as well because flow controls into Denver have gotten kind of extensive. So ultimately, we're paying, with Gillette even being taken out of the picture, the costs have gone up to, it's still about that $18.4 million. I will add that negotiations continue to take place with the airlines. And so that we're being aggressive on that number as much as possible.
Mr. Co-Chair and then Senator Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. Can you explain this funding model? You had put the entire 18.4 your agency did in general funds. The governor split that out, 5.4 remaining in general funds and 12 million on this S14 and 1 million in the SR funds. If you could explain what did the governor do compared to your request?
Mr. Chairman, Co-Chair Bear, ultimately the full 18.4 was supported by the governor's office.
Understand that. What are these other sources of funds? Is it that you're?
Mr. Chair, I'll have to defer to.
Mr. Chairman, the 12 million is allocated out of the tourism account.
Okay.
1 million, there's a grant that the state Office of State Lands and Investment has. That's a transportation centric grant. That there's $1 million that he utilized for that. So the 12 million plus the 1 million minus 18.4 gives you the 5.4 remaining out of the general fund.
Yes.
Mr. Hibbard, I think you had a comment there, but I'm going to ask specifically, there's a legislative fund out of tourism. And is that what this is, or is this a different account?
Mr. Chairman, you're correct. There's 2 funds. There's a legislative project fund and there's the tourism fund. This is the tourism fund. This is that side of the fence. And Mr. Chairman, a house cleaning item on page 142, the governor's rec says 5,402,342. That should be 5,409,342. The table's correct, just a simple house cleaning item. So we're taking it from the tourism account, not the legislative project tourism account. And then there's $1 million coming from the transportation enterprise income account. Now, back when Amtrak was in Wyoming, we were receiving funding from the federal government. They pulled out. And when they pulled out, they gave Wyoming the money. And then what happened was they put provisions on it. We used the WYDOT actually to change the color of money to severance taxes in our favor so that we could use that seed money and put it into the transportation trust fund. So there's a transportation trust fund out there for mass transit. And then the income account. So now what we have is a recommendation from the governor to use $1 million from the transportation income account. The transportation income account, its very first grant was actually Great Lakes. So it does qualify. It's for mass transit. So the mass transit providers and also the airports. One thing I'd like to add is this is $1 million of cash that's in addition to what the transfer provider standard budget was. So we're not carving out any money. We're just simply using the income in excess of the appropriation for $1 million of this for WYDOT.
Senator French, I'm sorry, Senator Larson.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I'm not sure if you caught my first statement earlier on a breakdown on revenue and expenses on that account from 2019 and maybe specific on cities, airports.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Salazar, so you're looking for the expenditure by airport, basically, since 2019. We'll have to get back to you on that.
Yes.
Okay, let's proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Kind of moved ahead in the budget book, but I think there's a pretty long list of law enforcement exception requests through the Highway Patrol. Those are found on page 88 through 122. The Law Enforcement Division 500 has 3 units, Highway Patrol, radioactive waste, and ports of entry. This table on 88 shows the breakdown per unit as well as the summary. The standard budget for the entire Highway Patrol is 103, 890, 857, so almost $104 million of biennium. They have 7.4 million in exception requests, all coming out of the highway fund in spending authority. The first exception request is found on page 91 and 92. That's our priority 5. That's vehicle usage. It's an ongoing request. This is an exception request to increase the patrol's vehicle usage amount to cover the additional costs that have been realized since the last increase in 2015. Are there any questions?
Do you want to bring the colonel up in case we do have questions on this?
Mr. Chairman, that'd be great, just so we can be efficient with our time.
Colonel, good to have you here. Maybe you can introduce yourself to the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members. Tim Cameron, the Colonel, the Administrator of Wyoming Highway Patrol.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If there's no questions on priority 5, we'll move on to priority 6, pages 92 and 93. That's our request for tasers. It's an ongoing request for $300,000. This request is for 135 tasers and related equipment, training, cartridges, instructor certification, and maintenance. ETS did approve this request.
Yeah, okay, the hands go up. We'll go with the co-chair, and then was it Representative Sherwood, Representative Angelos? Did you? Okay, well, we'll start in that. Let's co-chair.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. My question has to do with this being an ongoing expenditure. Most of your equipment is a one-time expenditure, and yet this one is looking at $300,000 going into each of the following biennium. Can you explain that?
Mr. Chair. Representative Bear, we're rolling them out, not all at one time for every member. Just a little bit more fiscally conservative in the approach to equipping our troopers with those tasers. So it'll be amount in this biennium, another amount as we progress into the next biennial. Taser 10s they're new to the market and should be a viable alternative for less lethal force for a number of years. The only thing that we would need to purchase potentially more cartridges. Hopefully we won't use them or need to use them, but it is an alternative to lethal force.
So how many officers do you have, and I mean, this is 135 tasers.
Yes, sir. We're authorized 208 today, about 184 troopers.
184. So would we really need another 300,000 in the following biennium?
I mean, the goal is to equip anybody that has the authority to make an arrest with less lethal technology. And these rollouts, we're not assigning tasers to command staff, executive command staff, and some select assignments. So our focus would be on the troopers on the field.
Would you be opposed to making this a one-time and then coming back with whatever you needed the next biennium based on what your experience was in the first purchase? Would that be amenable?
Mr. Chair, Representative Bear, no, I wouldn't be opposed to that at all.
Thank you.
Let me think through something there. Director?
Mr. Chairman, not in one direction or the other, but I believe that we're talking about the vehicle operating supplies. The 233. Imagine tires on a patrol car. That's what we're doing, replacing tires and those things, the patrol vehicles. And if vehicles naturally don't last like my vehicle for 10, 15 years, the patrol vehicles are rotated pretty commonly. So that's why the 233 is in the standard budget arena rather than a one-time cost for the operations.
Thank you. Okay, I think I had I think it was Representative Sherwood now.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In the same area, just again, wanted clarification on what would be ongoing versus one time. Wasn't sure if the instructor course would be a one-time expense. Just asking for clarity, but also in terms of Representative Chair Bear's question, Chair Bear's question. If we do this as a 1 year versus a biennium or a 5-year look, are we losing cost savings in terms of bundling or having an agreement with a contractor to like, yes, we're gonna buy all these over a 5-year period, so then the cost goes down versus we're only gonna buy for 1 year?
Mr. Chairman,
Thank you.
maybe I can take that second question. My previous experience, 20 years at WIDOT, one of the things that they use is a contract purchase order. You're exactly right. They use economies of scale for the purchase of oil, gas, tires is not a contract purchase order. So what they'll do is they'll say, we need 1,000 tires. That's what our estimate is. Now, maybe they come in at 900, maybe they come in at 1,100, but the provider provides that estimate predicated on that economies of scale, strategic purchase order, and then fulfills that upon need when the item is replaced, whether it be oil, gas, or tires.
Is that good? Follow up, and then Representative Smith, and then Representative Pendergraft.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, just again, if I could get clarification on whether or not the instructor costs would be ongoing or one time. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, Representative Sherwood. Initially, we train a group of instructors. However, it will likely, in the outgoing years, there will be a need to train new instructors because people change assignments, retire, and so on. Sure.
Okay, Representative Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just curious now, what kind of less lethal tools do the Highway Patrol carry? And what has shifted to go from primarily lethal weapons to more non-lethal or less lethal?
Mr. Chair, Representative Smith, the Highway Patrol culturally has a great respect for the sanctity of life. And that was one of the first things that I noticed about our troopers and our agency is that respect. So without a taser, which is an intermediate, less lethal technology device, we would resort to either hands-on, an impact weapon, the ASP baton, which the optic of that alone, I think influences the troopers, not just the troopers, but peace officers in general, not to use that unless it's absolutely essential. And what the taser does is it gives us an option, an alternative use of force and not lethal force. So again, I think one, to equip our troopers with that capability, it fits within what I would describe as an amazing respect for the sanctity of life that the troopers have here.
Representative Pendergraft, and then Senator Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I gotta tell you, I'm really struggling with not asking you to demonstrate this taser for us. I'm looking at the details in this, and there's obviously ongoing training. There is software, virtual reality things. Could you elaborate on what that training looks like? And I think there are some costs here on page 93. I'm trying to get, okay, we got the 300,000 one time. What would we be anticipating as training and maintenance out into the future?
Mr. Chair, Representative Pendergraft. So after the initial purchase, we'd have to train a group of instructors who would then provide basic taser training to our troopers that would be assigned the devices. As you can see, the breakdown, the instructor courses is a few days. The taser training alone, I think, is 4 hours. It's been a while since I don't have a taser, don't carry one, but I have in the past. So, I mean, as all of our equipment, troopers are particularly hard on equipment. And one of the things that has an impact is the weather and some of the environments that we work in. The taser would be no difference. Potentially, there could be necessity for repair or replacement. They're pretty robust and pretty simple devices. Again, I could see that as ongoing maintenance and again, retraining some of our personnel as instructors. And then as appropriate to provide in-service for previously trained troopers on the use of tasers. Taser will update its training protocols from time to time based on case law, use of force, things like that. Sir, what else didn't I answer that?
Did you have something?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, if I could just, I've been listening to the questions and I think we've been answering them, but just very succinctly, one time, probably the 73, 274, the ongoing probably is at 26,000. The 26,000 ongoing, the maintenance contracts, the things that we have to pay on an annual, the one-time request, Co-Chairman Bear, they would have to come back to the commission and get that approval before we even put it into the next biennium budget request. So since this is all spending authority, that's how that process goes.
Good. Yes, good. Senator Larson.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. So I see maybe a purchase price on a taser's 14,000 maybe, and then you have a taser virtual reality monthly fee probably of around 90. So tell us about the virtual reality. What's that doing? Is that telling us position? Is it recording something?
Mr. Chair, Senator Larson. So part of what the virtual reality does is put that peace officer, in this case, a trooper, in a stress environment. So it's video that you're looking at, real-time video, and it records the training event. So we have documentation, and it records the use of that taser, and that the taser is used appropriately according to policy, procedure, and law. So in lieu of trying to find role players that we can tase, this works much better. And honestly, it does induces that stress environment that's so critically important in training.
Okay, let's move on to the exceptional question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The next exception request is the in-car and body-worn camera video and digital evidence platform. It's our priority 7 found on page 93 and 95. It's a one-time request for $589,877. Any questions? Again, Mr. Chairman, this is spending authority.
Let's move on.
Okay, and it was approved by ETS. The next priority, number 8, found on page 95 and 96, is our GPS mapping. 506 on one time and 36,000 ongoing. It's an exception request to replace the patrol's GPS mapping equipment. This equipment's over 15 years old and requires replacement. It's critical in the continued support of the patrol's mission of conducting thorough and detailed investigations. Again, this was approved by ETS as well.
Let's move on. Oh, you got one? Hey, if you have questions, please get my attention. Otherwise, okay, so Representative Sherwood and then Representative Harrelson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On page 96, in conjunction with that GPS mapping, I just want to make sure the number is correct. In the governor's recommendation, the remainder 36,444 ongoing, should that be a biennial number on that? And I'm looking at Director Hibbard. Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I believe that's correct. The 292 is an ongoing object, and that relates to the 36,444.
And the reason this is important, obviously, is because we're going to be voting on these numbers. They need to be accurate. So follow up, Representative Harrelson. Then.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director, thank you for being here. So as we're looking at this GPS system, is this a completely new system or is this just an upgrade? Is it a situation where we're driving the same truck, just the newer year type concept, or can you kind of explain, are we reinventing the wheel here with a different company? Kind of explain this process, please.
Mr. Chair, Representative Haroldson, basically the GPS units that we currently utilize are at end of life, some which can't even be repaired. So we're just replacing some of these units that were 2010 era. Do substantially the same thing, which is critical to our investigations and documenting a number of crime scenes.
Follow up, please. Thank you. I understand that. Thank you for further clarifying that. More what I'm asking, so obviously we've got a maintenance contract at $36,444. Is it a situation like, are we currently paying that maintenance contract now on the 2010 models? Is it a situation where we're just saying, it's kind of like a laptop computer, it's just time to upgrade the electronics? Because we understand that's part of the process. Is it a deal where we're just upgrading with the newest model and we've been paying these? I'm just seeing it's a new 36,000 ongoing. Are we not currently doing a maintenance contract? Can you kind of explain that?
Mr. Chair, Representative Haroldson, my understanding is, and I have some subject matter experts that are brought us back up today, and I'll invite one of them to clarify that question. But my understanding is it's these units, some of them are so old that they'll no longer repair them, that they're not parts available. So yes, we're replacing that proverbial laptop that there is no maintenance coverage for.
Mr. Chairman, Representative, just to add to that, I would say it's probably a mixture of both of what you said. There's some replacement and there's also some new. The more of these units we can get in the back of the troopers' cars, the more spatially diverse that they are throughout the state. If there's a significant crash and our GPS mapping is 300 miles away, that's that much time that road's going to be closed until that crime scene or that accident can be mapped and then get pulled off the road and get the road back open. So I think it's a little of both, replacing the old and trying to be a little bit more efficient with getting our troopers with the equipment they need to get our roads open faster during a crash.
Follow up? Okay.
Thank you. No, and that's great. Thank you, guys. As we're looking at a maintenance contract though, so we're seeing on a lot of our stuff when we're talking about we're looking at yearly or monthly contracts for anything from Adobe to Microsoft to GPS tracking in police or in our patrol cars. Is it new that we're paying and I'm getting head nods in the back. It is new that we're paying, basically as technology is increasing, these companies are saying, yes, you're gonna have to pay a yearly fee for us to maintain your equipment. Is that this case?
Mr. Chair, Representative Haroldson, I would invite the head nodders to provide you some more specific information.
Yes.
Grab a mic right there.
More, Mr. Chair, Senator Haroldson, our Lieutenant Colonel Carl Germain, Wyoming Highway Patrol. I think our units are so old that we're currently not paying a maintenance contract. I don't know the specifics of what the maintenance contract was quoted, but it's typically software updates, I think, are some of the big things that you get with the newer GPS mapping units, was my understanding when we were putting this together.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think we're missing something here, though. According to my notes, you recently had a major crash inside the tunnel. And the existing GPS mapping, and there was a lot of that to do, wouldn't operate. The new stuff does operate in a tunnel. Not that we have a lot of tunnel crashes, but just the newer technology has quite a bit more to do with that. And my understanding is that this equipment would then allow, it would have saved you a tremendous amount of time in that tunnel accident and probably been a little bit more accurate. Am I relating that properly?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Pendergraft, you're correct. The tunnel incident, our equipment was inadequate to map inside the tunnels. Fortunately, Director Jones was able to deploy his team with his technology out there to do that work for us. Again, it took him out of what he was doing to help us out, but this equipment should help us get to that technological level that we need to be more efficient.
Okay, proceed. Thank you, Mr. I'm sorry. Director?
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to go back to page 95. I understand the confusion that Representative Sherwood presented earlier. The agency in their narratives, if you read it in detail, maintenance and support for 1 year cost, 36,444. Then that 36,444, the agency also put it into their table. The governor recommended within that narrative table, the 36,444. I believe the intent of the agency was to have that ongoing cost be 72,888. Mr. Chairman, I looked at their Chapter 17 report, and they are underrunning their 292 standard budget. So it's up to the Joint Appropriations Committee, if you like, to correct the table. This would require us to correct the table, not only in the narrative, but also the table that the Joint Appropriations Committee votes upon by doubling the 36,444.
Director Richards, anything?
Mr. Chairman, we have flagged this for your markup. And if the committee is compelled by making that $36,000 doubled or biennialized, that would require a footnote, which is very easily done. And you'll have an opportunity to address that next Tuesday-ish.
Thank you. Okay. Let's continue with
Thank you,
step
Mr.
request.
Chairman. Priority 9 found on pages 96 and 97. That's our in-car modems and antenna for $90,660. This request is for 15 in-car modems and related antennas. The units will be used as replacements on an on-needed basis for any existing units that may fail, resulting in less time and the vehicle may be out of connection. So this approach was chosen to be more efficient, cost-effective, and efficient method of ensuring connectivity rather than replacing a whole lot of the force. ETS did approve this as well.
Okay.
The next exception request, Mr. Chairman, is priority 10 found on pages 98 through 101. It's our core operational and mandated recurring software licensing and maintenance costs. It's an ongoing request of $710,864. It's an exception request for software licenses and maintenance costs for software that is currently used within the Highway Patrol. ETS did approve this request, and obviously the governor approved the spending authority request.
Okay.
The next exception request, Mr. Chairman, is priority 11 found on pages 101 and 102. It's an increased field supervision effectiveness. This is a request for $856,800 spending authority. It's an ongoing request. This request is to reclassify 16 positions from Trooper 2 to sergeants. This request is in line with patrol's efforts to realign the several troops and district boundaries to improve personnel allocation and span of control for supervisors throughout the chain of command. The goal is to really provide adequate field supervision and increase supervisor presence during the critical field operations.
Representative Sherwood.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm just wanting clarification on the bottom of page 101 for the salaries listed at $673 and $16, but on the table on page 11, those are listed at $637. So just wondering if the page 101 or the table is the correct number. Thank you.
That's great. Keep it up.
I'm sorry. Are you tracking the question? Mr. Chairman, can you, and Representative Sherwood, could you repeat your question?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman and Director. I kind of wish we had a whiteboard for these kind of things in terms of pointing. So on page 101, and we're in request priority number 11, if you look down at the object code for the salaries, Our 7 and our 3 is reversed. So the number on page 101 is $673 and $16. But then when you go to the table on page 11, when you look at that same code, object code 103 and the exception request, the 3 and the 7 are reversed.
Page 111.
Mr. Chairman, the table is correct. So on page 111, the table is correct.
That's
The
correct.
narrative has the transpose of the 7 and the 3. Table's correct.
Okay, let's move on.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for catching that. Mr. Chairman, the next priority is priority 12 found on 103 and 104. It's ballistic helmets and face shields. It's a one-time request for $186,801. This exception request is for 126 helmets and face shields. This request is complete the outfitting of the troopers with ballistic helmets that we began in biennium 25 and 26.
Representative Harrelson and then Kochek.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. So are there currently any ballistic helmets? Is this an upgrade or is this a first installment?
Mr. Chairman, there was, starting in 25, that biennium, we were replacing. And so now it's doing some replacement and some troopers that did not have ballistic helmets to begin.
Mr. Kochek.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. So does the Highway Patrol have a special response team? And are these helmets part of that effort? And is any of this equipment, new equipment for that special response team?
Chairman, Representative Bear, the initiative for ballistic helmets was born to equip all of our troopers with ballistic helmets and face shields. SRT wears the same helmet. And they got theirs by virtue of being a trooper, not so much that they were SRT.
Follow
Could you give us an explanation of why you feel that the Highway Patrol needs to have an SRT?
Mr. Chair, Representative Bear, long before my tenure here, Highway Patrol in the sixties, at least the manual that I found with policy, I think it was 1962, outlined Special Services Squad. So what SRT is a renaming. Instead of Special Services Squad, they're a special response team with primarily the same duties that the Special Services Squad had in 1962. The only thing that hadn't happened in all those years is there was no training for that team after a certain period of time, no investment in any updated equipment. So consistent with our legislative mandate, which is providing protection and security, I can only imagine that's where special services came from, that and the ability to respond to civil disturbance if necessary.
Thank you. Sorry, Becky. Has this SRT ever been used and in what capacity?
Yes, it's been used not as an in total team, but members of the team to augment our Division O, which provides security and protection to the governor and to you when you're here in the Capitol. And the majority of troopers that you will see when the session opens are SRT members. They've been trained especially in security matters and executive protection. So we've used them all over the state, quite simply because we had nobody else available. They have served one high-risk warrant, I think, in Laramie, and a high-risk warrant here in Cheyenne. That's it in total.
So your testimony is you need it. You need the unit.
Mr. Chair, yes, I agree wholeheartedly.
How many are there?
I'm sorry?
How many individuals are there in the unit?
16 spread throughout the state, and we have some administrative support personnel that don't actually participate as team members.
Okay, and you're saying that some of their duties are within this Capitol?
Can be, yes. Yes, and again, Mr. Chair, you'll see them opening of the session, or if perfect example was if we have a protectee that has a number of stops within Wyoming in one day, based on those protocols, I have to have a EPD trained trooper at that airport to meet the protectee and the body, so to speak. And we also have the requirement to have somebody do an advance on the site. That is manpower intensive. So we utilize those SRT members that are in those areas.
So is this a unit that is used with federal VIPs coming into the state or anything like that?
We have just assisted, been part of that contingent, again, because they're trained a little bit more than the average trooper. Not that we don't use our regular field troopers here. You'll see them here as well.
Okay. Representative Pendergraft.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. These SRT members, do they receive some sort of special recognition? Do they receive a pay incentive for being on that team?
Mr. Chair, Representative Pendergraft, they do not.
Okay, let's move on to the next exception request.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We'll move on to priority 13, found on pages 105 and 106. It's an ongoing spending request for trooper equipment costs for $486,200. I think Taylor, Deputy Director Rossetti, kind of talked a little bit about what it costs to bring a trooper online. That was part of this. The exception request related to increased cost of equipment, approximately 40 troopers per biennium. So we're hoping that we can kick 20 per year through. I think the colonel just said that we have only 10 going through a academy class that starts today. And so we're already over budgeted with that. But luckily, they'll spend only what they need on that.
Representative Pendergraft.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a note here from last time we spoke that trooper equipment costs about $12,000 a year to outfit a trooper. Could you kind of explain what outfitting a trooper entails? What's covered in that?
Mr. Chair, Representative Pendergraft, absolutely, but I have my equipment and technology captain here who can give you a specific brief on exactly that.
Going to grab the mic.
Mr. Chair, Captain Tim Romig with the Special Services Division. And I'm going to need some help on that question.
So the question is basically it costs, I'm told it costs about $12,000 a year to outfit a trooper. And I'm just wondering what's included in that? What equipment does that take? Is that consistently year to year after year? Or is there kind of an initial outlay and then it tapers off? Where are we at?
Mr. Chairman, before Captain speaks, the $12,000 is the difference that we're requesting, not how much it costs. So you can probably talk about how much it costs to outfit a trooper as a whole, but the delta is what we're asking for in this request.
Mr. Chairman, Representative, when we bring on a new trooper, we have to do an initial one-time cost. In addition to the continuing costs we have to do for every trooper. This is everything from 4 pairs of pants, 5 shirts, 6 shirts, coats, liners, the duty belt, the guns. Included in that is we have to have a vehicle available for them. Within those vehicles, you have your cars, your trunk modems, all the rigging that goes into that vehicle, the spike strips, medical kits, everything that a trooper wears, everything that we're wearing in this room here today, the body armor, all of that has gone up. But it's all, every new troop needs the same thing that every trooper out on the road. Then after that first year, we get into almost the cyclic of, okay, I wore out the pants, I worked a rolled over truck, I got sprayed with oil from the engine after it blew over. I have to replace that. Our troopers are unable to work and service with the worn out uniforms.
Okay, any other questions? Mr. Co-Chair?
Mr. Co-Chair, thank you for the follow-up to that last question. You guys have been wearing these wool pants for some time, I think. I'm hoping you'll get rid of those because in the dry cleaning business, we have to clean those for you. And I know you guys are helping a lot of people alongside the roads. And I know I personally have damaged some of these wool pants trying to get them clean, so I hope you'll consider switching to a cotton pant for that reason.
Mr. Chair, Co-Chair, yes, we run a couple of different kinds of pants. They have a little bit more polyester in them now. The lighter weight, we can do a little bit of wash and wear. That does present a unique experience for those troopers that own washing machines. And any kind of residual effect that those pants may bring into, or the shirts and whatnot that gets washed. You are right, sir. The wool pants were quite fun, especially if you got them wet.
Appreciate it. Let's move on.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll take you guys to 106 and 108. That's our priority 14. That's leadership training costs. It's a ongoing request for 575,582 spending authority request to increase for the increased costs related to leadership training, including the Patrol Academy leadership conferences and in-service training events.
Representative Pendergraft.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A little bit about leadership training in the academy. We know that in Douglas, there's an academy, various places. Can you tell us a little bit about where your officers are trained? And are they ever in a cooperative situation where they're using somebody else's facility? Does any of that go on? If you could address that.
Mr. Chair, Representative Pendergraft, currently our academy, we have approval from Wyoming Post to conduct our own academy. We're the only academy outside of WLEA currently. Our academy is housed at Laramie County Community College. It's been a really exceptionally good cooperative agreement with them. Our academy is 20 weeks. What running our own academy allows us to do is from day one to impart our ethics, our culture, and really accentuate the things that we are mandated to do. And that is crash investigation. We have a significant period of training, significantly longer than WLEA, because that's what troopers do. How to do traffic management, traffic enforcement, traffic stops. Again, we look at what is the typical role of a trooper and what you do. There's some general courses in there as well, but right from day one, we express our expectations of our personnel and performance to the people of Wyoming, and there are no generalized courses. They're all taught toward our policy and procedures and expectations of performance.
Anything else? Okay, let's move on.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll take you to, I believe, what would be our last exception request, priority 15, found on page 108 and 109. It's the vehicle radar system. It's a one-time request for 360,000. Special authority request is for 80 vehicle radar systems. Currently, there are 240 systems within the patrol. These 240 units are being replaced on an approximate 6-year cycle. So these 80 units would just roll right into that cycle of replacement.
Any questions? Any questions? Good, okay.
Mr. Chairman, since we already tackled the aeronautics division for the capacity purchase agreement, that was the last we had for exception requests, unless there's any questions to go back to.
So that for YDOT as a whole?
That is
Good.
YDOT as a whole.
Okay, so now the hands go up. Okay, so we'll start with Representative Sherwood, then who else on the Senate side? You do? We'll go with Representative Harrelson, and then we'll go with Senator Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to the director and Team YDOT for being here today. It is a lift to get us all up to speed and educated about your needs. Appreciate your service. My question is going back to that aeronautics capacity purchase agreement funding. The Board of Tourism is with us tomorrow. The way that the governor has recommended funds from their operation account to be used for this. Wondering if there's been any conversation or collaboration between the director of the tourism. If not, that's okay. We can ask the question tomorrow. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman and Representative, we have been in discussions with the Office of Tourism. They understand the significance of capacity purchase agreement and the air service within our communities and how significant it is to not just the local economic development, but the tourism side of the house. Thank you for that question.
Good to go. Representative Harrelson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Director. I'm going to bring back up a conversation we had a couple of years ago in regards to snowplow drivers. Obviously, we understand that when it's kind of like fires, everyone's excited right at the beginning to be there and be a part of the solution. And then 16 hours, 20 hours, 30 hours in, that enjoyment and zeal is passing as the hours get long and the snow keeps flying or the wind keeps blowing. Did you look into the concept of like a call out list for doing like a AWAC type design where you could possibly tap into some more local ag help or that type of individuals to get them trained up and put them into plows as an option for those kind of deep runs where we're running out of people that we can put on into trucks in an overtime realm? Maybe keep from burning people up. Have we looked into that?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative, thank you. And I do remember that conversation, and it helped us recraft our recruitment tools. We really went after some of our recruiting efforts to some of the local farmers and ranchers. It gives them an opportunity, if we hire them not as an AWAC, hire them on as full-time, that gives their family as well the benefits of that the state employment brings. And so that's why we've seen some of those numbers go up. In the north, we kind of utilized the the Northwest. That's what they did really successfully. We just tried to copy that through the rest of the state. And we've seen some pretty significant benefits of bringing some of those farmers and ranchers that may have a body or two that may not be working as much in the wintertime. The problem that we have significantly with that model is they're snowplow drivers in the winter, they're road maintainers in the summer. And so to pull them off of farming and ranching in the summer. So to your AWAC conversation, that's still in play. We haven't seen a significant increase, but we are able to still perform the mission. To your point, sometimes if it snows, we'll probably have to test it. But fortunately, it hasn't snowed, so our snowplow removal or our snow removal budget is looking really good right now. But as we all know, we'll get the same amount of moisture. It's just all going to come in 2 months, not in 4. And so I would really like to get those maintainers out on the roads and get them some experience. We've seen a significant increase in hiring, but they have no experience. Some of these people don't have what we need. So I was really hoping for a few snowstorms in October, November, just to get them some practice on some light snow before the March snow comes. So, but we're continuing the training, get them out there to where they can maneuver understand how to work the plow. So, but I appreciate that.
You want to follow up?
One follow-up.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. So with that, when you're saying the issue is wintertime, this is great. We're not putting plows into ground and we're not putting seed into ground. But in the summer, when we need people to be maintaining roads, we got farmers farming. Have you pursued at all the conversation of AWAC? I mean, I know you said that's a concern, but like, has there been any movement in that realm? Obviously, it's weird because it hasn't snowed in 2 years, but hopefully at some point in time, it will be back and we'll get snow again and we will know what winter feels like in Wyoming again. But have we looked at all at that AWAC option for that?
Go ahead, Taylor.
Mr. Chairman and Representative Harrelson, we did look into that a little bit. And what we realized is that it was heavily locally driven. So what we've tried to do is talk with our folks who know the folks that are in the area to see if there is some interest. Initially, what we ran into was the timing of getting folks into training on the equipment actually worked into harvest, and it was difficult that way. I think a lot of those discussions are still ongoing, and there's been a little bit of interest, but nobody's really taken us up on the offer. I think we're open to the idea. We've had some discussions with risk management as far as insurance goes to make sure that folks could be in our equipment and things like that. So we have some of the things in place to do it. We just haven't had a whole lot of people take us up. And then, as you mentioned, we haven't had significant events really since we last had that conversation. But the door's open and we are pursuing it. I just don't have any fruit to bear yet.
So we're going to get to Senator Larson and then Representative Pendergraft. Just a yes or no answer. Do you have enough equipment for the snow plowing units right now?
Mr. Chairman, yes.
Yes, good. Senator Larson.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. If it's okay, I'd like to get off the budget into the weeds a little bit. License plates. A lot of people not excited about how they look. Who decides that? How many years is it usually before you put out a new pattern? Is it 5 or 7? And then I have another follow.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Larson, nobody wants to talk about this, so I will. So the license plates statutorily require a redesign every 8 years. That was really worked collaboratively many years ago between the department and this body. There's a couple things that go into it. Over time, the license plates do fade. Legibility and the purpose of the license plate seem to fade over time. So the 8-year cycle was really kind of a compromise between where the manufacturers would like us to be, which is actually probably a 3 to 5 year cycle, and really what we saw out in the field working. So on every 8 years, license plates are redesigned. The decision process for this current license plate was a lot of ideas were thrown out. We worked through with the commission to figure out a design that was simple, readable, and they came up with the Wyoming flag. So that's kind of the genesis of how that license plate process worked. It's worked similar in the past. You've noticed that there's probably been some discussion here in the last week or two about a couple new license plates that this body passed last year. There's a search and rescue license plate. For that license plate, we worked with the search and rescue board in order to come up with that design. Of course, we try to use the necessary standards and everything to get there. That plate will then get redesigned on the 8-year cycle like every other license plate. And then there was the rodeo license plate as well. We worked with a cross-section of people involved in the rodeo programs, people involved in rodeo, and that was the design we came up with there. So Senator Larson, it's a bit of a mixed bag. Ultimately, I'll take the responsibility for it. And I did have a fun presentation explaining the coloring of the Wyoming flag to the legislature at one point due to this license plate. So, but that's typically how they're handled.
Mr. Chairman.
Please.
Still on the license plate, the exempt. Personally, I don't like it. I think I would rather have it state vehicle, county vehicle, school vehicle. Exempt, just you don't have a clue where they're coming from. So who made that decision and how can we correct that?
Mr. Chairman and Senator Larson, again, that decision was made internally, largely due to efficiencies and being effective with the workforce. Looking through the exempt statute, it does not specify any of those entities. So it was actually probably a stretch initially for the department to go down that road to start with. Of course, as we start to reel that back, it's caused some pressure. The main focus on our side when we looked through that was literally just inventory items, managing 7 or 8 different plate types for weed and pest, managing 12 different for that. So it was really just to simplify. We have big plates and we've got little plates, and exempt things get exempt plates. So it was an efficiency thing, and it actually seemed to better align with the actual way the statute reads.
It was decided internally.
Mr. Chairman, absolutely.
Any follow-up on that?
Mr. Chairman, just a comment. It's very difficult to, if you have somebody driving crazy, if it has an S, you kind of have an idea where you need to call. If it's a school vehicle, you kind of have an idea. So I think it's important that people know.
Mr. Chairman, I'll take note.
Representative Pendergrass.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director, you and I had a conversation not too long ago about Laprelle Creek where it crosses I-25. And as we all know, for as far back as anybody can remember, that was a regulated stream. There was some concern in my mind about how that was monitored. And I'm just curious if there is any stepped up monitoring of that. How does that work? Obviously, you go bridges and overpasses are inspected routinely, but that one in particular just seems like it might be a little bit vulnerable.
Mr. Chairman, Representative, thank you. Yeah, the Laprelle Creek, we worked pretty closely with our counterpart in the water development group and the state engineer to ensure that we didn't have a catastrophic event with that dam. I know there was no structure within that downstream of that could have withstood a catastrophic event. So 100% support their effort in what they did with that dam. Hopefully we can get it rebuilt quick enough so the spring runoff doesn't become an issue. We were fortunate enough this last spring not to have an issue. We're hopeful that we'll see the same runoff this year. And we won't have that issue. But yes, our engineers are working with their engineers to ensure that we're prepared as much as possible if there is a significant spring runoff. We can divert, we can prepare and plan to not have people driving over that if we see that coming down the stream.
Okay, other questions? Yes, I'm sorry, Representative Haroldson, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sorry, we're in weeds, so we're going to stay here for a second. Going on the license plates, not so much the design of the license plate, but one of the questions I have is current statute, and correct me if I'm wrong, but from what I can see, is if a vehicle is equipped with a place on the front of a vehicle to mount a license plate, it must be mounted. If it is not equipped, it does not have to be mounted. And that's how I read it. Now, let me ask this question. Have we looked at what the cost would be if we eliminated front license plates in the state? And if that's an idea, we have Highway Patrol here, which is a good, maybe they could enter in on that conversation because obviously there's maybe even a bit of information that we don't get as law enforcement when we don't have a front license plate. Can we just talk a little bit towards this no front license plate versus front license plate and that conversation?
Director?
Mr. Chairman and Representative Haroldson, I do have a document prepared for that. I did not bring it with me. I will make that available to you guys. We have looked at that various times in the past as to what going from 2 plates to 1, the cost benefits would be. Of course, the time to implement that would be on the next renewal cycle, as most of the plates are done now. But I think we can give you guys a pretty good estimate as to what that is. It's a policy decision, and as you mentioned, I'd actually venture that law enforcement has a different take on it than I may. But from my end, I can provide you an estimate of what I think that might cost if we wanted to implement that next time around.
No other questions?
Follow up?
You have, absolutely, go ahead.
I'd love to hear from law enforcement if at all possible.
Mr. Chair,
Colonel?
Representative Haroldson, it is a tremendous benefit for us to be able to see that front license plate for so many reasons, but first and foremost, immediate identification of a vehicle that's coming at you. One of the things that troopers do here, and it is tremendous because that was not my experience on the East Coast. We broadcast lookouts for vehicle. We never found them. Here, the troopers hunt those people down, and that is one of the first things that we confirm. You know, most of the time those vehicles are coming at us. That is a huge benefit. So I'm sure that would be echoed by my colleagues across the state and law enforcement. Thank you.
Thank you. And one more follow-up.
Absolutely.
Thank you. No, I agree. I figured probably that would be your sentiment. Now, for every Corvette owner in the state of Wyoming, they said, thank you, Lord, we don't have to drill holes in our Corvettes, right? So I think that there is maybe those conversations moving forward. I think maybe we might have a happy medium a little bit where if there's the option presented, you got to put that plate on. And but thank you for sharing that. And I would appreciate that if you could email that to the committee just to get an idea financially what we'd be looking at if we went to a single plate state.
Okay, Director.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I want to pay you a compliment. I was doing my DMV last week. They were very courteous. It was a big crowd. Got done in really a small amount of time. So my hat's off to you on that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think I talked a little bit about pride and passion. We're in the middle of a computer transition into a new program that's been taking several years to develop, and now we're starting to roll out that portion of it. There's some growing pains, and I appreciate everybody's grace in that, but it's not from a lack of effort on the ground to make that happen. And with that, I truly appreciate your guys' thoughts on going forward with the legislative budget to contemplate the impact. We have 25% of the state employees within this agency. We have 2,000 employees. It's incumbent upon us to ensure that we put forward the best workforce that you guys require. And that does require being competitive. So I appreciate that opportunity to take a hard look at the governor's phase 4 request, and thank you.
So if you could get those questions that we had, not only with regard to the planes, the cost of the planes, I think we talked about some issues with the troopers and the snow plowing units. If we could get those by the end of the week before the markup next week, that would be very helpful. Appreciate you, Director and Colonel. Thank you and your troopers. Please pass that along. And with that, I think Director Richards, what's next?
Mr. Chairman, I know it's only 30 minutes before lunch, but we do have Game and Fish waiting, their agency 040. They do not have a book. So you don't participate in the markup. They have an annual requirement to share with you the commission's approved budget. So it's a slideshow.
Is that something we can do in 30 minutes, or what's the time frame?
Depending upon questions, I think it is doable within 30
Okay,
minutes.
then let's get it over. Let's hear them. Yeah, absolutely. Welcome. Good to have you here. We're kind of on a time constraint, but if there's any way we could kind of get through this by 12 noon, that would be appreciative. But in any event, please introduce yourselves. We're happy you're here, and maybe introduce your staff and take it away.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Angie Bruce, I'm the director of the Wyoming Game and Fish. And yeah, we're happy to be flexible, and we'll go pretty quick here as well. Here with me today is Deputy Director Eric Wiltinger and our CFO, Meredith Wood. And they definitely are the brains behind the budget within the department. So they came with me today. So as you guys know, part of the Wyoming State Statute Title 23 talks about wildlife in Wyoming being property of the state. And I do like to take a minute to acknowledge that, because so many people like to say your wildlife. And I like to turn it back around and say, no, yours. And that really fits our mission. We work to conserve wildlife, but really to serve people as well. So with the Game and Fish budget, we currently have no general funds associated with the budget. However, the statute directs us to come and report out. So that's what we're doing here today. So just a little bit of overview. If we do not get general funds, where do we get our revenue source? 60% of that comes from our fishing and hunting license sales. 25% of our revenue comes from a federal excise tax. Now, this is a tax that is put on when you purchase guns, ammos, boats, fishing gear, archery equipment, and boat marine fuel. Then the rest, 15%, comes from a variety of sources, from grants, donation, interest on our accounts, etc. So our Game and Fish Commission sets a budget for us annually. We are currently in the process of working on our 2027. So today I'm going to go through with you our 2026 budget. I'll review the budget and then highlight our revenue concerns. I do not plan on walking through all the documentation that you guys received, but rather give you an overview and then give you an opportunity to ask any questions for that. With over 400 employees in the department, it's probably no surprise to you that about 50% of our budget goes to paying personnel. The other 50% goes to fish and wildlife management activities, including surveys, research, habitat work, wildlife rearing and fisheries, stocking, and then everything to support our employees' work, from cell phones to vehicles, etc. So for 2026, this was really a reset year for us. And I say that because it was my first year as director of the agency. It was also Deputy Director Eric Wiltinger's first year doing budgets. Even though Meredith has been with the agency for well over a decade, we looked at this as an opportunity to thoroughly understand our budget and really to go line item by line item to see where we could become efficient. We did not incorporate any large-scale infrastructure projects this year. We just focused on operations. And then we started looking at ways to reduce our costs. In a minute, I'll talk about our revenue issues. But before we can even talk about how do we increase our revenue, we felt it was our obligation to look at where we could cut costs. So we've been doing this over the last year, various things such as looking at our vehicle fleet, the replacement schedule, how can we be extremely efficient there? Looking at our travel. You know, I really like to talk about our travel and what we intend to be very intentional and very purposeful. We've even looked at our commission meetings and scaled them back as far as how much we are traveling or how many days we're meeting, but try to be more concise in our work. Something as simple as our phones. I don't know about you guys, but I got rid of my landline in my personal house a long time ago. However, we still had landlines throughout the agency. So we went through and cut most of those. So again, right there alone, I think that saved us $80,000. So looking at where we can make these cuts. And Eric and Meredith have done a great job doing that, and we'll continue to do that throughout the next year or two. So our methodology behind our budgeting process. We look at our projected revenue. So again, this is primarily hunting and fishing license. So we're predicting what that revenue will be each year. We evaluate our expenses and our priorities, and then we make a recommendation to our Game and Fish Commission on an approved budget each year. Besides our annual budget, we have what we call a reserve account. So sort of like a savings account. When budgets were more flush within the Game and Fish Agency, we were able to put money aside. That, what we put into Pool A few years ago, you guys obligated us the ability to put that into the special fund for higher interest. We're just under $50 million right now in that Pool A. We have not added any dollars back into that in recent years because we have revenue strains, except for the interest earned off of that account. So where are we at with the budget? Our projected revenue for this fiscal year we're in is at $106 million. Our Game and Fish committed or obligated $100 million of that. Again, giving us a little bit of a buffer because we don't always have exact numbers with how many anglers and hunters we're going to have out on the landscape. But this is down from last year's budget. This is $3.6 million less than what we obligated last year. And why we are doing that is because we do have concerns. I don't need to tell you guys, but you do know after COVID and the high inflation rates, it costs us more to do business than it used to do. And therefore, that inflation and how we're seeing expenses goes up has cut into our operations. We also are very grateful for your actions in giving state employees raises. And we followed suit with that action, and that has increased our operation cost as well. You guys also might remember, it's not too far in the distant memories, the 22-23 bad winter, where especially in the western part of the state, we lost a great deal of our mule deer and antelope, as well as the wildfires that occurred in northeast Wyoming last year. And I bring up those two sort of nature events because of the fact that that cuts into our license. And so what we do in those situations a lot of times, especially with the wildfire, is we offer refunds or carryovers to those licensed buyers. And when we do that, we feel it's our obligation to do that, but then that also cuts into what our revenue is bringing in. So throughout all these concerns, it's kind of the perfect storm where we find ourselves up against our operation costs being very close to our revenue that we're generating, which makes us very nervous. We'd like to have a bigger buffer there. So we'll continue to look for how we can become extremely efficient. And really what it comes down to is we are doing what the state statute obligates us to do in very smart, sustainable wildlife management, but we're able to do less of the extra stuff and the things that really move the needle. We can continue to operate very bare bones for quite some time, and we will ensure that we can do that. But that's usually not the trend of the game and fish in Wyoming. We like to be leaders. We like to be out front. And so we're exploring what additional revenue looks like for the agencies. We're trying to understand what the people of Wyoming and our constituents want us to do more of and where that revenue might come from. One of the things in our near distant future, a decision that our commission is going to have to make is an expansion of the Spees Fish Hatchery up at Casper. And I bring this up because one, I don't want you to be surprised, but two, it's a tough decision. We started exploring, in addition to that fish hatchery, several years ago. And the reason is we currently receive up to 11 different fish species from other states to stock in Wyoming. This is over 1 million fish we bring in every year. What happens is one of those other states gets AIS, an aquatic invasive species, we would not be able to bring them into this state. If we were producing our own fish, we would not have to. We would become self-sufficient. However, to do this brings a price tag with it. This additional fish hatchery that the commission previously put some money aside is not going to be cheap. We're predicting it to be anywhere from $25 to $30 million. So the commission will be having this discussion in the next months as we get the bids back for the addition, and we'll see where they want us to proceed with that addition or not. But before wrapping up and standing for questions, I would just like to highlight a few accomplishments over 2025. When I talk about revenue, it seems a little doom and gloom. So I'd like to highlight some of the things we did achieve this past year. One of them is the Kemmerer Wildlife Crossing Project. This is an area where the state of Wyoming has led the nation in doing wildlife crossing projects that benefit not only wildlife, but human safety as well. This project's a $33 million price tag, and we were the recipients of the largest national grant for that project of $24 million. It's well on its way, working very closely with our sister agency, WYDOT, who you just talked to. That project is way ahead of schedule. It will include 1 overpass and 7 underpasses for wildlife. We also are pleased with our assistance with the wildfire recovery in Northeast Wyoming. Something that we did that was definitely a first for us is we did an aerial seeding of brush in that project. We've never done that before. We've done some ground seedings, but not aerial seedings. We learned from our agencies out west, especially Nevada, Utah, who have done this for years, that this was definitely a time to try it and see if we can be effective and if we can restore some of that sagebrush that got lost during that fire. The results are still yet to come. It'll take a few years to really see the success if we were able to achieve it. Another one I'm personally proud of, because it took 4 years of my life, but the BLM has signed a sage-grouse record of decision, a sage-grouse amendment here recently. We're really glad to see that get done, and done in a way that aligns with what the state's doing with the state sage-grouse executive order. Another thing we're pretty proud of that you probably hear more about it next year is we've done an infrastructure plan for the department. You know, if we're really looking at our needs today, but into the future, we have game warden stations, we have all sorts of infrastructure from fencing to buildings out there to feed ground operations. What's the price tag on it? What does it cost us to maintain it annually? We really wanted to get a full scope, our hands wrapped around that to see what it will cost us to analyze the annual cost of upkeeping our current infrastructure. So pretty proud of that plan that is just wrapping up. A few other things on the horizon. Those of you who buy a hunting and fishing license, I think you would agree with me that you'd like a nice, pretty app on your phone to do that with. So we're looking at some technology advances to hopefully get a hunting app that we can all use and be a lot handier. And then we are celebrating this month the 90th anniversary of the wildlife magazine that our department produces. Pretty impressive. A lot of state agencies did away with their magazine years ago, and talking to them, they regret it. I do believe that magazines are going to come back in and make a comeback, and we have a very faithful following, and this magazine itself has won many national and international awards, so it's extremely impressive. And then before wrapping up, I'll just briefly mention, based on your legislation that you passed last year, we are currently in full operation mode to register fishing outfitters and guides. That started just a few weeks ago, but folks can get online and register. The idea behind this is first, the registration would happen over the next year or so. This will give us the data and the better understanding where outfitters are operating at in the state. How many are using this state? Are they from out of state? Are they in state? How many days are they fishing, and on what specific waterway are they using? So proud to say that through you guys' work, advisory committee and our commission, and all the department staff, that's up and running. So I can continue to brag about all the good things we're doing, but I think I'll pause there and just see if there's any questions.
Yeah, I want to compliment you. In my district, you had a meeting with some folks in Jeffrey City. It was a challenging meeting, but I appreciate the fact that you made time to come out and talk to the citizens there. I think actually it was productive because of your leadership, and so I want to compliment you and thank you. I think you'd probably agree that being out in the field, meeting the citizens, answering their questions, their concerns, in the long run only helps you and your department. So again, thank you. Senator French, and then Senator Guru, and then Representative Harrelson. How about everyone? We'll do it all. Go around the ring. Okay, let's start.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks for the good news, but now for the bad news. Can you talk about chronic wasting disease? It seems, I'm from up there in Park County, we're starting to get it in different herds. Can you talk about the spread of that and any good news as far as combating it? Or what do you see in the future on that one?
Mr. Chairman, Senator, I wish I had good news, but you know, I first learned about CWD and started learning more about it and working with it, the very first part of my career in college. And even though there's been so much research done and so much time put into it, I would say that we don't know that much more than we did back then. I wish we did. We know how it's transmitted, through prions. We know that. But as far as a solution, a vaccine is going to occur anytime soon, no. I say that we have to continuously learn how to manage wildlife with this disease on the landscape. It's been on the landscape since the 80s. We are seeing some population effects in our mule deer. We have the largest presence of CWD in mule deer in the world. In the Lander area, we're up to 70%. That's alarming, and it's very concerning. We are seeing it continuously spread. It's pretty much throughout the state, not quite in every hunt area, but it continues to spread. Again, been around since the 80s, so that is actually a little bit slower than I would have projected it spreading. It recently was found last year in our feed ground operation in elk in the western part of the state, and therefore has gotten a lot of people alarmed. It does behave quite differently in elk than it does mule deer. And so we don't have all the answers of how that's going to affect the elk over there. But we're continuously learning. We're continuously working with researchers. I'm working with the University of Wyoming right now in Boone and Crockett, who want to put in place a professorship at the university to specifically study how do we manage with the disease, because we know it's not going anywhere. And so hopefully that'll give us some real practical on the ground application that we can test and figure out what works and what doesn't.
Okay. Senator Dooley.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I owe your commission a visit to thank them for, I know we had some challenges over the last few years up in my area with housing, and I know the commission stepped up, worked with the county, used some of their own assets, property assets, built property. How's that working out for you so far? I mean, I know you got a heck of an appreciating asset there, but how's it going as far as keeping your employees and being able to man the Jackson office?
Mr. Chairman, Senator, really good question. And I think I was visiting with some of our Jackson folks not too long ago, and one of them said to me, she thanked me and she said, I no longer have to worry about this outside of work. So the sense of relief off her shoulders that her and her family were in a safe housing situation was pretty rewarding to hear. And so what we see is if we try to recruit anybody into the Jackson area, it's extremely hard. And so this gives us the opportunity to have that stable housing. We have 6 homes for those who don't know, and then we have like a quadplex so that people who are just starting out, temporary staff also have a place to stay. And this definitely in the long run is something we won't regret. It was a hard price tag to swallow when we did build them, but no regrets. It's working very well.
Thank you.
Representative Andrews, and then Pendergrass.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director, thanks for being here today. Talking about the app, you talked a little bit about the app and what that looked like. Can you kind of give us a little bit of an idea or a perspective of what that may look like? Question people are asking. So I'll give you an example.
Mm-hmm.
We take first-time hunters out, and we took this kid out, and it was a situation where this kid needed to go get an elk tag. And I thought 24 hours before hunting time would be enough to get an elk tag in our country. And it ended up that we couldn't get an elk tag in Platte County because systems were down, one business was closed, and it's just this frustration of going, oh man, we just need an Area 7 Type A tag. And would that app give us the ability to jump on there, buy that kid a tag, and kind of give us this digital trail for our license opportunities? And what would that look like with carcass tags? Can you just kind of talk a little bit about maybe what that would look like?
Mr. Chairman, Representative, You nailed it. Those are all the things we're working out right now. So the idea of just buying your hunting or fishing license on an app is pretty easy, and that part's pretty straightforward. We think we can get there. The carcass tags, the actual, hard tags that we currently have, that's going to take more of a leap. And some states have gone there. They've went completely electronic for everything. We are not there yet. So we're going to have to look at this. You might see us do a phased approach. I know at the end of the day, what I dislike most is at 3 a.m. when I'm trying to head out, of all of a sudden my son panicking because he can't find something, right? Like if everything's on your phone on that app, it just makes all of our life easier. So bear with us. It's going to take us time to get all that built in.
Follow up. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. One thing too, just kind of a loophole concept maybe to think about as we look at this. And I don't remember if we talked about this or not, but one concern that I have had, we're not seeing as many officers in the field as we have in the past, and that's a concern. With that concern, it's not uncommon to harvest an animal, fill out your tag, put your carcass coupon on your carcass, head home, process your animal, and never actually have any interaction with Game and Fish, which is fine, and that's okay. But if it's a situation where, let me back up. I believe there are situations that are happening where someone is harvesting an animal, they're not filling out that tag. And then they can go, or they are, and then it's a situation, since they haven't been checked, I can call up Game and Fish and say, I lost my license, get another license and go and harvest another animal because there's no trail of proof. So just keep that in the back of your head as we're talking about this as well. Not that I want there to be this overarching, we're gonna police you on this, but there is a point where I think maybe some stuff's happening or could potentially, I see it as a loophole that could find us into a bad place. So, and I'd hate to see that happen.
Okay, Representative Representative Sherwood.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Director, for being with us today. I think just to piggyback a little bit about what Representative Harrelson just said is there are times that you don't see somebody in the field. We are a massive state, and there are not enough of our game wardens to go around. But I wondered if you could give us an update on the vacancy rate. I know specifically to law enforcement, this is a concern not only with just highway patrol, but what the vacancy rate is, and then what are you doing to strengthen your recruitment and retention efforts? Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, thank you, Representative. Good question. And for our agency as a whole, we do extremely well with recruitment and retaining employees. Someone gave me an example that we recently had a temporary biologist position open in Pinedale, and we had, I think, 180 applicants, 190. So definitely still always the interest, very competitive field. Within our I like to call them the positions that fight with the private sector, such as IT, programming, fiscal. They really compete with a lot of the private sector jobs. We do fairly well there too. I would say that the last 2 raises definitely helped that. And we find ourselves recruiting from other state agencies who people want to come work for Game and Fish. But you identified it really is where we do have still a problem, and that's within our game warden ranks. We have been down constantly, up and down slightly over the last 5 years of about 20%. I would hope that when I come back next year, I am not saying that. Chief Smith, who is here with us today, has done an excellent job of starting to enact some changes that I think will get us to narrow that 20% gap, because that's putting stress on a lot of people. Our other staff in the field, our regional offices, those game wardens who are out there, and you can really see it in their morale and the stress on them. So a couple things, just to give you a few details without going into too many, opening it up our recruitment to other states, existing game wardens in other states. And then also, instead of doing our interview process, our hiring process once a year, we're going to twice a year. And then looking at those requirements and who we're selecting and why. So going into the weeds a little bit, I like to call it just modernizing our recruitment and our hiring. So give us a little bit more time, but I'm hoping this time next year we can say way less than 20% on field.
Okay, Representative Pendergraft and then Senator Larson. You have a follow-up? Okay,
Please.
I will remind the committee we're into our lunch hour, but go ahead.
Could you remind me on the pay table for the law enforcement officers, the game and fish, what are we lagging in that area? Thank you.
Want to answer that? Okay. I'm going to call on Chief Smith for a little bit more detail there.
Morning, Mr. Chairman, Representative. I don't think that we're lagging there. I think we're competitive with other states as far as our game warden pay. We just have a high culture and a high bar that we have maintained over the years, and we're trying to continue that. As you look across the states, we constantly get compliments from other states about how well our game wardens do and how it's a pleasure to talk to them and how helpful they are and how they want to. They actually want to see a hunter succeed, and they help them take their game out of the field. And so we constantly get comments like, in my home state, that's not what happens. They're just looking to get me in trouble. I don't know if that's actually true, but that's the kind of reputation that we like to have and we want to maintain. And so we're trying to hold that level of high bar there and recruit the right people.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for being here. I have a really soft spot in my heart for the Game and Fish Commission. Maybe you know why, maybe you don't, doesn't matter. But I also have a very soft spot in my heart for mule deer. And over the last 40 years, I have seen mule deer populations and the quality of the animals continue to dwindle to what I would consider, from where I sit, dismal proportions. I know you've been studying this for a few years, and I don't want to get deep into the woods. But if you could just tell us a little bit about the challenges and do you see a light at the end of the tunnel? Do you have some answers?
Okay. Mr. Chairman, Representative, yes, mule deer in this state have not been the same since the 1990s, and it isn't a problem unique to Wyoming, it's across the West. So definitely spending a lot of time digging into the why and all the different stressors. We talked about CWD earlier, weather changes, habitat changes, all sorts of different things, kind of the perfect storm, not one specific thing. But one thing that we are going to be rolling out next week, so it's almost as if I asked you to ask this question, so thank you, is a statewide mule deer conservation strategy. And the reason we're doing this is because it's all encompassing of what it's going to take to bring mule deer back to the population levels we'd like to see in the state. And I'll have to say that a lot of it is beyond the hands of the game and fish. We can do a lot. There's so much more that needs to be done. And this statewide strategy really just outlines that as a guidebook to look at in order to say what it's going to take to get mule deer back to higher numbers. So look for more to come. And again, at our Game and Fish Commission next week, we'll start to present that.
Just very quickly, I would love to see that report when you could, as with my dear adopted ex-stepbrother. We're in this together.
Yep.
Thank you.
Senator Larson.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. State Shooting Complex, what's your relationship with them? And then maybe a little bit on Pittman Robinson dollars, what comes in, how's that spent, and that sort of thing.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, Senator, State Shooting Complex. So our commission has obligated $2.5 million to that shooting complex development and operation. We are also working very closely with them. Part of that is to minimize impacts to the wildlife in the area regarding the shooting range. There's been lots of publicity over that, but just like any other developer, we work really closely with folks to suggest and recommend ideas to minimize that impact. And so we're definitely doing that. We also think there's a role in And why our commission was very complimentary in obligating funds to that is through hunter education and recruitment. We think this facility will be able to do a lot of that, probably also some wildlife education, because it is situated in a local native habitat. We'll be able to use that to our advantage to educate folks using the facility of habitat that wildlife needs and so forth. So excited about that. And again, working really closely with the folks up there in Cody. Pittman Robertson, Dingle Johnson funds. We get, again, I talked about that earlier, that federal excise tax brings in about 25% of our budget annually. It does vary because it's reimbursable based on a formula, based on how many hunting and fishing license you're selling and what type. So it varies every year a little bit, but we can usually count on anywhere from that 18 million to 22 million ballpark for those dollars. And those dollars are used for wildlife conservation across the board. And one of the things they can be used for, though, is for shooting ranges. Now, with the Cody shooting range, we used our hunting and fishing license dollars, not PRDJ, to go to that facility. And to explain a minute of why is because with those federal dollars come federal strings attached. And so it's much easier for us to account for, report, and oversee those sort of federal oversight obligations than to pass that on to another entity to do. So that's a little bit of our rationale in thinking. But we do also annually offer funding for the construction, maintenance, and repairs, so forth, of shooting ranges through a grant program that we have.
Any other questions? Thank you for coming. Appreciate it. And you'll keep us informed of your good works. Committee, with that, we will stand for Director Richards. Anything from you?
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, I did want to provide notice to the committee. You have completed today's scheduled agenda. However, with the chairman's permission, when you return from lunch, you will have 2 agency callbacks, ETS, and I believe you can ask any question you want of them, but I believe there was some specific interest on the depreciation reserve account, the funds in it and what they can be spent for. And then second, the Department of Agriculture has also been called back. I believe the inquiry, among others, would include meat packing plants and the relationship to the state oversight in that agency. That will conclude your business for the day, and I would expect you will adjourn around 2 p.m., if not before.
Senator Grew.
Okay, I'm just getting some text about the tomorrow morning at 8 is the tourism department, and they were wondering if there was any chance they were going to get called in today, but it sounds like no.
No.
Okay, thank you.
For the information of the committee, it's my intent to try and adjourn at 2. We're ahead of schedule, but I will tell you there are a number of items that we'll be dealing with this afternoon in your own individual capacity with regard to the markup next week. So the day is certainly not over after 2. Again, thank you, appreciate it. And we will come back at 10 after 1. Thanks.